Welcome back to another session, guys. Last we left off, Savalair proposed and got a bunch of questions thrown at him. Um, Lyron, what were you doing?
I was hitting a post with a stick.
As one does.
Yes.
And what about you, Chunpo? Getting ready for your cool little diagram of holy geometrics?
Yeah, and trying to see if I can do some experimentation and what I can do with it all. But yeah.
Gotcha. Well, what about you, Matt? You ready to go?
Yes.
Or mumbles?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Lyron, I think you were last up. I think Matt went to you last. And then we called it.
Yes. I don't know exactly how long we're going to be here, so first I will go ahead and convert 3 of my solar qigong into shadow qigong.
Good call.
Which is 3 of my downtime actions. And
The gasp.
lay gasp. I guess I'll also convert the 10 kinetic energy that I got beforehand into some tribulation energy. Which pretty sure I can just do as a bonus action, but if you're using an action, it takes the full downtime action to do a thing during a downtime. Right?
No.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you explode.
Oh, I die? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Infinite action economy. I have no plans any further in my life.
Yep.
Okay, and then I guess I'll just continue swinging my stick.
Your sword? Yeah, your stick. Give him the stick.
I will give him a stick for the last 3 actions, which I get advantage on. Ooh, sweet! Do we want to put that in the duality engine? Or should I just take the 85?
Yeah,
What
you
do
can
we
put it
have?
in. You can put it in the duality engine.
Yeah, I'll put that in there. So we got 1 failed roll for that, so 2 successes.
So if I look at my thing, I currently have. Oh, where are you? You're at the top above this. Yes, I currently have. It should be 1. I have 3 and currently white, and you just added 2 blacks. If you roll 1d10, you might get 3 blacks.
Oh, you're right. I should roll my 1d10. No.
Okay. So I'm going to reduce that to 1 white. I don't have any convergences. If you want to give one to me, I'll accept it.
Do you have any convergences, Poe?
I do.
Okay. Then I guess I will take 1, and I will give 1 to Lar.
Nice. 1.
Okay, so you needed one of my convergences?
No. No, we were just divvying up the convergences there.
Oh, okay. So you two got 1.
Yes.
Okay, making sure. Yeah. Works for me.
I want to make sure everybody at least has 1, because that's
Yeah.
a pretty good way to not die sometimes.
Mhm.
That is my DTS.
Yeah. And then we got Larlar.
All right. So I did a downtime scene with talking with people.
No way.
But I'm going to go to pilot, and I'm going to give them the carcass of the person. Not the person. The battlements that we first ran into. The platform. It was the one on the right side when we first dealt with All Guns Blazing. I forget what they were called. But it was, on the right. Blade in the Grass was also on that right side as well, if you remember, and they shot at me.
Mhm.
So I'm going to give them that because I think it has, it has the gun and everything there, and that might be cool.
You already gave the pilot the 2 sniper
Correct. But this one's a minigun. This was the
the little
the first one that shot at us, and it was like a light gun, and that was pretty nasty. But I figured that would also have the same type of I wouldn't call it ingredients, but the things they were asking for last session, the not Ethereum, the Eternium, and also the gun there. We didn't discuss what we got from there.
The guns, unfortunately, neither have Obduranium or Eternium.
That's fine. Okay.
Only the frames and the cores have those.
Okay, yeah. So is what I'm hearing the body that I collected? It has some of that with them, the core.
The bodies do, yeah.
Yeah. But I was thinking to give them the gun as well, so they could use that as a minigun and use some of their bullets they have. So if I look at
any bodies that you put into your world, you can duplicate the Obduranium, but the Eternium does not duplicate.
Yeah. So it was the 3x3x3 weapons platform that we got. So I'm going to remove that from my thing, and then I'll be like, "Hey, pilots, we were talking about this earlier, and I almost forgot that I had this weapons platform when we first went into the place where all the bullets were. This platform gave me a hard time, but I managed to defeat them. They had a good sanctuary shield on it as well. But the guns should still be all right, and it was pretty devastating when it shot at us. Hopefully you can do something with this and, utilize the bullets. You were asking earlier.
We shall see.
Yeah. See if you can do something with it. You did say you would pay for some stuff, but honestly, it's fine. You just put it to the best of your ability, and we'll see what comes from it.
Well, it would give me a significant ability to fire back, but it would have to. The minigun does go through a significant amount of ammunition, so I'll have to be.
Yeah. But it will give you a way to use
different ammo.
I was going to say different ammo. I figured the bullets we got would work.
Yes, but the problem with that is that's the money that we're trying to collect.
Oh, no. I thought you wanted to use those for guns yourself.
Yes. But sparingly.
Sparingly. All right. Anyway. All right. Have fun.
Appreciate it.
Savalair will come down to Heralds of Flame.
Okay.
Oh, a familiar face.
It is. And their voice has this crackle of like a campfire to it
Yeah,
that unfortunately I can't replicate, but
that's fine. Good to know. You guys did great getting here.
we walk.
I know it's a little easier than so I've heard in the past.
We actually got to look at the landscape.
A little easier to collect the bullets when they're not firing at you. Eh?
No bullets.
Ah, that's too bad. How are you doing from our fight at the prelims? Since we
Fine,
saw each other last.
Fine, I suppose. How are you doing after our fight at the prelims?
Oh, I'm doing excellent, thank you. I managed to improve my flame. It's gone up a tier.
It is good to be diligent.
Yes. Is your grouping wishing to go forward soon?
We haven't decided yet, but we won't delay too long, that's for certain.
Ah, understandable. We're actually going around finding some people that would like to join our party. We're going to be leaving soon, and, well, we've managed to get this far, so.
Well, you do have a lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
so
But we're going to need more for the fight to come.
we'll see.
What are your party members' names? I'm Savaler, by the way, everyone.
They don't introduce themselves.
Oh. Well, it's fine, I suppose.
Problem with moving together as one party is the argument after who gets what.
Yes. We're actually doing an even split right now.
And that won't work for us.
No?
Not divided among your very large group.
I see. Yeah. I suppose it depends on how you look at it. Are you looking to get to the end, or are you looking to collect bullets?
Undecided. The second will naturally come from the activity of the first.
Yes, of course. And I believe you can get to the end with your party. I just figured I'd, give a hand in return. A little bit of help. But I understand.
We're not so downtrodden that we need an extended hand from another.
Well, is not your name to have more flames together to make a better outcome?
One flame can burn freely. Two flames fight over resources to burn.
I suppose.
We'll see you up there.
Yeah, yes we will. Take care now, old flame.
Mm-hmm. Alright. What else?
I'll go to this person next. Downtime action used. We're talking to Hero Flame.
That was
Hello
the
there.
artificer guy.
Welcome back.
Are
Oh, he
you
hasn't
the
met Lar.
No, he hasn't met Lar. Hmm.
are you the artificer I've been hearing so much about?
Yeah.
Ah, excellent. Well, you got quite the armor on.
I think the saying goes, I made it myself.
Ah ha ha! Well, that's great to hear. What is your name? Mine is Savaler.
He kind of strokes his chin. This is strange. Oh, I suppose. For now. Despite the armor. Call me armor.
Armor. Well, well met.
In case someone decides to take issue with my craft, whether crafted well or not, I'd like to make sure that they don't try and take it to the clan or the guild. I do great work, but opportunities, well, you get what you pay for. You get what you specify. And if you can't figure out how to properly ask for something, it may break on you. Or not work in the way you were hoping because you couldn't pay even a tenth of the price.
See. Well,
people get very nasty out here on opportunities.
We're all cultivators at the end, trying to grab the limited amount of resources that are at our disposal.
Exactly. Now, I excel at repair work.
See.
Particularly, I brought a very large supply of replacement and repair materials for shine fields.
Oh, very nice.
They will be exceptionally useful. But they are tend to breaking due to the sheer volume and quality of fire.
I just have a shine field, and it's quite basic.
Would you like to purchase an upgrade?
I would like to see an upgrade. Yes. What is your going rate, sir? Armorer?
Well, since the bullets are the ones that everyone's after, I suppose I could pocket a few. If you can't afford to give away bullets, I do trade in heavenly and earthly cultivation stones.
I see.
Martial coins, cultivation gear, information.
You know, I could give you a little bit of information as well.
Before you speak on it, we must figure out what you're looking for.
Ah, yes, for the shine field. Now, I know you said having the shine field. No, sorry. Stepping back. Having the idea of what you want to create and the resources that it will take. That is the first step. And I'm not too familiar with shine fields. I use one, of course, but I rely more on my flame, if anything.
Flame user. I could transform it into a incendiary field.
Could it mirror my current flame?
Absolutely not. As he switches some observational dials in front of his visor. No. It will not be able to mimic because I would have to take apart your flame.
Ah, yes.
And use its pieces to build the shine field.
That is understandable.
Yes.
I have something else in mind too. Do you work on weapons as well, Armor?
I do.
Savalair will show off Flamey McFlamer. My weapon here is a low grade, and I'm looking to improve it. I don't know if you deal with sentience or spiritual weapons of kind. But
It's a cultivator weapon.
it's something that I've take good pride, as it has come with me a long way as I've grown my flame. But one of the interesting things about it is that it already can mirror the flame of myself.
I think that's more of an expression of you pushing that forward rather than your flame being mimicked by it. It won't be able to mimic your flame. You're just using it to channel your flame.
Express it. Ah, yes. That makes sense. But, yes, all right. I've come off topic. We were talking about the mirroring, and I just wanted to show off my baby. And actually just honestly ask the question if it could be upgraded. Because I wish for it to move forward with me as I go down my path.
There'll be a limit on how much it can be upgraded before it has to be completely rebuilt.
Now, I have a personal question on that. Should it be rebuilt earlier on, or should it go through the wear and tear to then go through it after?
This weapon cannot go any further than Zone 1.
I see.
You will take it from checkpoint 1 to 4, and you will feel it struggle at the 4th checkpoint. I can upgrade it. It will do you well.
See.
But the quality of weapons from here to Zone 2 are fundamentally different. The energy is much more condensed. The material's much more refined. There's more.
Would it require heaven and earth like energies to improve itself then?
Even then. What you could do
continue.
is imprint it.
Imprint it?
Once it has no longer served its purpose, it cannot keep up with you. It is actually detrimental to your use. It is part of your path. It is part of your story. You could do an immolation of the weapon. Now, this is risky. If you don't do it properly, or have someone who doesn't do it properly, it'll just destroy the weapon outright. Poof, gone in a moment. But during the immolation, if it's done properly, there will be a spiritual imprint, which you can then transfer to the new weapon.
I see. So it's more like the soul of the weapon is going to the new one. A rebirth.
Correct.
Yes.
It starts as essence, not a soul. But if you do it enough times, then maybe.
I see. Well,
that weapon can only be upgraded twice to a high-grade weapon. But even then, that's expensive. And frankly, you could just buy a better one later down the line.
Yes, I know. I could. But I have it set in my mind that I want to move forward with this weapon. It was made from martial coins.
A rare process. Very strange. Well, perhaps then it doesn't have as much limitation. If its crafting is from such a rare resource, you might have additional options, but I don't have the means of interacting with such an object. I would have to work to my plum blossom.
Yes.
Before I can dabble in that.
The plum blossom. That's the one of the steps for your job, correct?
Scepter diamond.
Okay. Yes. Well. How about this? Now we're back on the shine field. Can we improve the overall damage it can take before it has to? Because right now it can only take a certain amount, aka 100 damage, before it shatters in a sense. Could we
course.
improve it that way?
You could just buy a better shine field from me.
That's true too. And that would also save you time in the process.
The rating 1 shine field. It's the
right.
Entry friendly to users because it doesn't have any complexities. It just works.
Well, how about I give you that in the process, and I buy a new shine field from you? That sounds good.
Let's say 5 full bullets. We'll get you a new one.
5 full bullets.
Or 500 casings. Or we can do 1 Marshall coin.
5 full bullets it is. So if I remember from our last,
I think we sold all of the bullets that were allocated to us.
I thought okay because yeah.
At least that's how I calculated the money we got.
I'll go ask Kunimitara if I can have 5 bullets.
For a kiss.
Of course.
But
I know, right? Their conversation from last time.
Recording. No more touchy touch. She's like,
I'll blow her a kiss. How about that?
she'll catch it and stick it on her mouth in front of the master, and the master just has this perfectly straight face with the mask. She pulls out a notebook, writes something down without breaking eye contact, flips it closed, puts it back in her bag.
Don't know what she wrote.
No one knows what she wrote. Yeah, it wasn't quick though.
Right.
You're handed 5 bullets.
Okay, I'll take the 5, and I'll go back to the armor, and I'll give him the 5. Now, for the information I wish to give you,
he'll clack open his staff and slot them into these bullet chambers.
Mm-hmm.
Shunk shunk. Very good. All right.
Now, armor, I wanted to give you something in return for this as well, the information. I don't know if it's well known yet, but the people that are
double tap his badge and a little privacy bubble will come up.
Yes. The people, the advocates of war, are buying these bullets, as you know, for a certain rate. But as the bullets are being given to the
rate goes up. Yes, that's
the rate goes up.
Information.
Yes,
has the rate already gone up? Is the real question.
Yes, they have. Would you like to know the current rate?
That would be a decent piece of information.
I will give you the current rate. And
wow, somebody must have found a very large cache. That's a very big price hike.
Yes, 100 to 1 currently. And because you gave me such a small amount for the 5 bullets, I figured it would be important to give you more information on what the current value is, so you can determine your current the prices going forward for yourself. As I don't wish to shortchange you on what you offered for the shine field.
It's fine.
And you seem like a good person. I can see the positive in you. And, well, that's just what I like to do.
Well, positive. Strange.
Yes, I know. It's part of our culture. I see the bright side in very many people. Even if you don't see it in yourself, I see it in you. My other half, though, they see the negative of things, and they might, Anyway, this is me speaking. Anyway, so that's yes. The shine field. I can't wait to hopefully stop some bullets from affecting my person. I appreciate your assistance in this matter, Armor.
Do you happen to remember the name of the artificer in the night market?
Artificer.
Aether.
Aether. Yes.
It's Aether. Okay.
Yeah.
Here you are, a tier 2 shine field.
I appreciate it.
Increase its damage threshold again.
Oh, very nice.
Normally it doesn't protect from that much, but you emphasize that's what you wanted.
Hmm.
Now, it wasn't enough to buy the tier 3.
Oh, that's fine.
Any other business that you wish to enact?
Yes. Armor, would you like to come with us on our journey up? Ah, that's too bad.
I will be doing the majority of my business from this particular location.
Ah, strategy. I see. It's a good choice.
I can
as
get
people
the
come back.
resources I want without having to get them while practicing my craft.
Mm-hmm.
It is 3 wins.
Well done.
Craftsmen who are willing to travel into the opportunity, especially offering specific services tailored to the experience, have an advantage.
So I've given them the shine field, the 5 bullets, and the information. I've received a new level 2 shine field. The level 2 shine field, what is its current level? Your threshold, Matt, for the level 2.
I put in chat.
I was up looking at the full jacket stuff. 140 damage threshold 500, rolling 1 activation trigger sanctuary 1. Perfect. Ah, well, I appreciate that.
I got rid of the instability weakness when it rolls a perfect alignment.
Ah, yes. Well,
When it happens, the energy frequencies have nowhere to go, and it fries the internals. But if you put this little module on it, it feeds those perfectly resonated energies into this module, and temporarily improves the defensive capabilities of the shine field.
well, I'll remember this. I appreciate it. Hopefully the shine field will treat me well, and maybe I'll see you again to improve its rating. Until next time.
Yes, indeed. I'll be here.
Also, there is an individual with my party called Pilot. They wish to come see you about an upgrade sometime soon.
I imagine. I have observed their frame. It's impressive.
Yes, they are impressive. I feel great presence within them, and I wish to keep them to continue on their journey.
He kind of studies you for a moment. Are you looking to collect wives so early?
Just because I fancy an individual does not mean I wish to take them as my wife. I just see the potential within them. Like I said, I see the positive in people.
Concubine, then?
I don't know if we'll ever get to that point. But again, like I said, they're within my party, and I hope everything goes well for them. Anyway, bye-bye for now. Another downtime action done. Would someone like to go with theirs? Maybe go to the next person, as I've taken, let's say, 20 minutes or so.
I could get started.
Go for it.
So, there's a lot to try and get done. Gonna start with the Holy Geometrics, I think. Well, no, before I hop on the Holy Geometrics, gonna talk to Lore Keeper real quick.
Yep. Disciple?
Lore Keeper, the fight up the mountain to this point had, kind of awoken something in me in the form of, if I keep holding back, I'm going to die. Now I'm trying to find a way to survive this next journey, but I would like to have my sword back, as it is a resource that I've just been neglecting to use because I thought I was trying to save it for something, but if I try to save anything right now, I'm just going to die.
Hmm. All right.
Does Lord keep a hand back my uh, meandering river leaf?
Yeah, if you want it, they'll just be like, here you go.
Awesome. Junpo is going to then take some time to put in the last 9 of Dow points, life Dow points, into it. That way, let's see. So I only had put in 1. I'm going to not exactly try to awaken it, but I'm going to see what putting the full set in will do. How long would that take, putting in 9
Pretty
Dow
immediate,
life
unless
points?
you have a special technique.
Speaking of, what about making a Ori purchase for your station, Chungpo?
Gotcha. Yes. Should be
Welcome, John.
Hello, don't mind me.
With the Dow life droplets, let's see, put in 10, 10, 10. Does my bonus go up to 10 and my pen go up to 10? Would you like a copy and paste of what I have for Meandering River Leaf so far?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. I've now put in 10, but these numbers were the bonus was just +1 when I had 1. Do
Oh
you
yeah.
want me to so change that to
No.
10? Nope.
Well, yeah. It's plus 10 damage,
Okay.
plus 10 pen.
Perfect. Okay. Now I also should update these. So that's +5. Oh, Jesus, my agility bonus is much higher now. Yeah. Perception is... Okay. If I were... Well, what does the sword look like now that I've put the maximum amount of Dow life points that I could put into it at this time? Because before it
It
was
looks
rusted.
exactly the same.
Oh,
Like
still rusted?
you put droplets into a well so large it might be an ocean. Something strange, but something's also happening. Woohoo!
Alrighty. Okay. Well, for right now, that's putting as much into it as I can, and I am very happy to have this bonus now because, yeah, I need to go back through and learn some things on what it can do because I'm sitting at 18 pin, felling 7, impervious 5, and plus 10 bonus damage to an indestructible sword. 1d10's weapon skill bonus. Okay, so that would be 5. That's a big bonus. Okay. Well, life. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll put that below the meandering river leaf. Okay.
I know the negative quality you need to pick up now.
Alrighty. So my notes are secured in terms of meandering river leaf. Master, you had mentioned vibro armor, I believe is what you had mentioned.
Armor? Maybe.
Or phase armor or something like that.
Phase armor, yes. Vibro? Not really. You'd shake yourself apart? It'd be very uncomfortable.
Mm.
Very different from oscillation armor, but
Um would it be I don't know how your storage of secrets and armor and you can Chunpo motions to his own blade into where her storage container. Um, what would I I want to ask if you have any phase armor as a backup. If I can do anything for you, Master, in a way to earn this armor, as a way to possibly survive should my experiment fail. Because I'm going to try and do something that could kill me.
oh. Well, I'd like to watch.
Okay.
We take notes.
If I can. Take notes. So if you do end up dying, I can record it. And you will be remembered.
Okay. I'll be right back. And I go through the portal that I have in my mind palace to jump into, or through my, I can't remember if I put it in my book of secrets, or if I had put it inside my mind palace, but I think my book of secrets is in my mind palace, and that's where I placed that portal.
Alright. Before we go too far, I finished the
Yes.
upgrades.
Looks good.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and read them.
Yep. So tier 1. Upgrade complete. Life Thief. Oh, successfully drawing of blood from a target steals 1 max health from them. Limit 1 per round. Ooh. Copy. Okay. For right now, I will put you here in terms of where that is. Okay. So I do have the tier 1 sword upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To unlock the ability to give it more, you need to give it a material to which to refine itself off of.
Okay.
If you'd like, Chungpo, I have a gift from Kunimatara, which is the flame embers. It has 100 embers within it. I'd be able to do the flame
Must
thing
be
you were
very
hoping to do.
selective in your choice.
Yes, that is important.
I know that the sword was a gift from a flame spirit anima, but I'm not sure that the sword itself is flame oriented.
It is a
But
blank slate.
yes,
It has lost everything.
Mm,
So it is no longer any element
mm,
until you choose what it becomes.
understood.
You've been feeding it life now, which has unlocked a different path.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
It can go be flame again, or it can be something brand new.
Mm-hmm. My suggestion is the materials we've gathered in the first checkpoint, because they're once per campaign. and this is going to be the sword. This is going to be your sword, right? So
Yeah, it's been passed down from generation to generation through the family.
this is your heirloom. So yeah, but that would give it the magnetic quality in a sense. And I don't know if that's the way you want to go down. Be cool though. But yeah, that's just
It
like,
has
hey,
tenacious life because you've been feeding it fucking
Yep.
life on the brink of death. It's like, well, I guess I lived. I think. Did I?
Only have one of the tenacious. Unfortunately, but I have a lot of life. I have exactly one sap of the 1,000-year kiloton guardian life.
If that's what you want to feed it, that's a material to refine it.
that's a great one.
And with that, would that be a mixture of gravity and life being put together with the specifically 100,000 year kiloton guardian life set? Because
Heavy? No.
no, okay.
Life, yes, but there's another element in there that also can be synergistic with gravity.
Mhm.
Mass.
Mass. Okay. Yeah, true. Okay. Alrighty.
You could
That could be.
also go put your sword into the death thing. That's like down in the catacombs. Like stick it in and be like, hey, absorb this. If you wanted to do like a half life, half death kind of situation for yourself, but then yeah,
There will be many opportunities to refine this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Exactly.
Yeah, for right now, I will leave it as a blank slate. Because I'm not entirely sure. I really could, but I feel like if I give it the 100,000 year kiloton guardian life sap, then I might accidentally make it super heavy, and I do want to be able to wield it first.
And just get strong beyond strength. 4-star negative.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're on Bullet Hell Mountain. I don't want to accidentally kill myself by upgrading too much. What was it? Okay. Are we ready for jumping into the holy geometric world?
You want to go
I
across the
believe
rainbow to
yes.
imagination land. Yeah, we can send you there.
Sweet. Yeah, again, tell Lorekeeper. I'll be right back. I do have a question for somebody on the other end of this that pertains to you watching.
Very well. As you scorp into yourself.
Of course.
Ended up here.
Ah, yes. The place.
Mm-hmm.
Place. Magic.
Zaketria, I have a question about making sure that I'm not accidentally teaching somebody something.
Proceed.
If somebody watches me interact specifically to record it, is that considered teaching?
What medium of recording device are they using?
I actually didn't ask.
Are they using a video device? Are they writing it down? Are they merely recording their observations?
I
Are they taking a picture?
believe it would be observations, maybe pictures. They deal in secrets.
Your relationship?
They are my master.
No pictures, observational only. If they ask you to clarify, you cannot. They may watch, but you may not provide any extra information to them whatsoever. You must remain silent. You can be obfuscating, dance around it, talking riddles, or oh, you're on the Marshall planet. You can talk in a Choose clarities. Answer questions with questions. Like the way the ancient cultivators do. The martial ancestors. They never answer anything directly because it's more amusing for them not to.
Alrighty.
But you can't clarify and give actual answers. You must dance around it. No video, no pictures. They cannot stencil or trace, but they can make observations. That's fine.
In the event that my experiment kills me and they start tracing it, am I punished?
Not necessarily. If your experiment kills you, there won't be much left for them to trace. They'll most likely be recording your death
Yes.
and what they saw.
Okay. I will get to work.
Your luck. Or
Okay.
rather, I wish you clarity in thought and purpose in formula.
So, specifically with the formula side, if it were numbers, I'm good at math. I can do number formula very well. I'm having a little bit of trouble ascertaining just what I can do in terms of formula with words.
Okay. Well, pick a point on the thing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take this red little dot and I'm gonna click it right here. See this little red dot? Bah!
I'm
Oh, it
zoomed
needs to
in
be a little,
on
needs to
first.
be
Hang on.
extra large. Bah! On the
Okay. Yes.
you could pick any point you want to start.
Okay.
You can start in the middle. You can start at the very end. You would place your first domino here, your first word.
Mhm.
Then you can pick to go here, or here, here, and you would basically follow the lines until they hit a dot. And you can determine which way they go. Because if I made this little design,
Mm-hmm.
I can choose to have it go this way first or this way first. In fact, I could have it go this way and then meet it back here and then all the way around. How you want them to interact with one another on the grid. In fact, you can have them branch and go two different directions at once, which then kick off two simultaneously activating effects.
Okay.
It's the grid is a circuit board, and your the nodes are your circuitry. Because without a node, it's just blank computer board. There's no hardware for
Mm-hmm.
them to interact with, and you're basically building computer parts where you're adding little nodes onto the circuit board, and those lines are you drawing circuitry that lets signal run between them.
Gotcha.
But they're procedural. They only travel from node to node.
Hmm.
But you can determine what order that happens in.
Okay. So could I possibly could you erase what you
Yeah.
have? Sorry,
Hi. Yeah.
that works. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Should draw.
a air node here. That is my start. The way that I want to word it is it's supposed to catch bullets that are coming at me at any vector. Anywhere around me in a dome, the air around me, this represents that, and a bullet coming into what is qualified as the air around me, it's seen.
How are you going to build that? Because that one node doesn't say even a good chunk of that. You got to like put it together. So like the first one would be the start point, as in location. Location. You would have to find a way to communicate where. Like the who, what, when, where, why.
Okay, so at the end of the day, I would need a barrier around myself if I wanted to say all air around me. To say like
You could just say air.
Well, yeah, but I can't do it in one node. I can't create a barrier with one node of air.
Yeah, you could then go mass.
Mm-hmm. Well, could I do mass? So air, mass, fire, mass, as a way to say bullet coming in.
Nope, don't say bullet.
Okay.
Think more general terms. Really broad scope.
Mass. The mass
Could
coming
even
in.
be a
Yeah.
it could even be a sword that's coming in, and it still gets caught.
Okay, so any projectile with mass or anything in the air around me with mass starts to ignite is what I'm trying to do as a way to activate and shred or burn or just disintegrate anything that comes around me.
It's gonna be great because like someone's gonna be like, "Hey, Chung Po, how you doing there, old chap?" And then they just disintegrate.
Okay, so hang on. If I was looking at this in terms of actual progression, would I need... I'm looking at it as if it's an if-then statement, and I'm not sure if I'm at that point in the engineering of it, because I have air as like the if something is coming through the air towards me, as if this were Chun Po in the very center. So
Don't consider that. Champo's not going to be the center. Whatever you inscribe this onto is the center. So if you inscribe it onto yourself, that's the center. If you inscribe it onto a tablet or a little plaque, that's the center. And if you just happen to be around it, or maybe you have it as a necklace, that might be center. But it's always what you remember the modifier. Once you've made the template and decided how it's going to work with all the words, what you inscribe it onto, the medium, that will determine its function. So if you inscribe this onto a shield, like a literal buckler, it'll operate like a shield, a protective thing. So if you're having trouble figuring out how to get this thing to be protective in the way you want it to, hell, you can inscribe it into your shine field, and then it'll go, "Oh, I'm a shield." That's how you can kind of cheese, because it's a little too hard otherwise, and it takes too long to make anything. So what you inscribe the template onto will then flavor most of its behavior.
Okay, so then if I'm using Ripple Plate as my medium, as a way to describe it as shielding.
If you put straps on it and then wear it as a like a jury rig breastplate, then it'll operate like a breastplate. Or you can put straps on it where you can wear it over your arm and it operates like a shield.
It's very heavy. Don't forget. the ripple
Yes.
plate.
Pretty heavy. Yeah.
Okay, can I use Holy Geometrics to mimic my master then? The effect that my master had to where it hit, or the ripple plate, if it gets near the ripple plate activates like the dome that my master had created.
That's a master special.
Okay.
But yeah, technically, I guess if you wear it, it counts as a protective plating. It's just kind of in the unrefined state. It's in a material state. You can put it in front of you between you and the bullets, but as it is, it's a material, which means it's neutral. You could just put a bunch of wind and water runes on it, so that, or words, so it just, if it comes in contact, it creates a lot of wind and water,
It just blocks it.
or increases the ripple plate's efficacy.
Okay. If I did. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At the end of the day, I'm running out of time before I'm done with it in the week's time.
But don't forget, you have dilation here, and so you might not. You could get more out of it, kind of deal.
Or it could end up being longer. That's the fear. I'll go ahead and let's see. So I have my ripple plate already.
You have my ripple plate because yours got destroyed.
Yes. I have some ripple plate. I thought I had to buy it, but if it's yours, do you have ripple plate? Do you have a way to protect yourself?
No, after you use this, I don't have anything more. I could probably get another one from Kunimitara, maybe, but
Can would you say a breastplate or a shield could understand the concept of a dome if I laid it on, or if I laid Holy Geometrics onto either a shield or breastplate? Can I create a dome?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if you put it on a shine field,
Hmm.
it'll be like a second layer on the shine field.
Could I do air, 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 air?
A lot of air.
A lot of air.
A lot of
Earth,
air.
Earth. Well, it's more red than brown, but Earth. Uh, depending on Earth, Earth, and just say this bullets coming at me, and then just turtle shell of Earth and some air on the inside. And then it just kind of turns to sand whenever it's done.
Oh, so if air doesn't work, sand?
Well, more of just like rock to stop the bullets. If more, and like then sand to try and kind of catch them.
What,
Shit, I
water?
might have. Yeah, I might want water. You could do. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. I could do wool.
And then, of course, remember you have to. If you want it to last longer than one turn, you got to give it fuel,
Yes.
which could just be fire.
Okay. Well, I would like it to be able to activate more than once, but I
That's
don't know.
way more difficult to be able
Yeah.
to toggle.
Yeah. For right now, I think the only way that I can truly do it is if I activate it as the wave is coming and then survive the one blast wave. So I have a way to prevent one ultimate death wave. If a second one goes off, I'm kind of screwed.
Fair.
I have a quick question. Does it have to? Do you have to have a power word on each node, or can you like bring it around, kind of deal? Like, I want to travel from here to here to here to
Fast.
here, and then there, or it has to have something in the node. Okay.
The way that I see it is the path travel is actually here and it goes inwards. And I have these two just open as a way to say, all right, there's oxygen on the center of that, and we don't want anything, we don't want to drown and or get crushed by rock.
Well, if you get crushed by rock, you succeeded in the goal from not dying to bullets.
I mean, that works. I will get rid of, let's see where, okay, I just got to select it, right? I think I'm going to get rid of the water on the inside, but from what I can tell, that is a 360-degree dome of rock that will turn to sand, and I have oxygen on the inside that will keep me there until it's just like until all the rock has turned to sand and that there's just Chunpo underneath, hopefully alive.
So 1, 2, 3,
3 each should be 12. No, that's 4 each. It'd be 16.
5, 6, 7. I feel like you're doing overkill. 8, 9,
I don't
10.
know if I am or I'm not.
Well, you have context. Matt gave you this guy used 16 fire and then he burned the planet down.
Yeah, I still don't know the scale of what can survive a wave of unstoppable bullets and undodgeable bullets.
This is true stuff. This is like this is
Yes.
the absolute.
Try it.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing. You can either, like I said to you before, Junpo, you can start small and then work your way up if the small doesn't work, or you can spend all your time spending 16 days to build this.
Well, I would probably benefit from utilizing like 2 weeks rather than just one.
So 2
But
weeks, then we'd have to rush to the end and back.
yeah, that's the hard part. Or I buy like some sort of a couple of ripple plates and a suit midway, which I think is just going to be very expensive, and hope that that will help me survive along the way. But right now, this I think is the same thing that I have in mind at the smallest amount, which is still 12. And if I can't get the way to do it, technically, the original way that I had it thought up was 3, and that would be enough. But if I can't get a dome effect without putting in one on each node, then I don't have a way to do it. Because this would just be any obstacle coming in to the air around me, and then a wall of earth, a dome of earth appears around me, and then oxygen on the inside. If that can work, then I think I would be fine, and I could even make more within the week period. Let's see, this would put me to that one. But if this cannot create a dome, then I have to do the one that would take 12 nodes. But that's the most efficient way that I can see so far from what I've heard.
So how do you get from here to here and then down to there?
I think I just have it as blank nodes, as if you had a wire. So like it still travels this path to this one.
Well, that's what I was
Um,
kind of saying earlier when I said like, hey, do you have to have a word in these nodes?
Yeah, but that was specifically when I was thinking that I had to have nodes here to say that I had a dome of air, like anything approaching the air around me in a dome. And then it was it still follows, this path follows this here, and same with this one follows this here.
Mhm.
But these four pass over that. This goes more in the three-dimensional.
Well, I was just
boards
saying, like,
flow.
you can go from here, 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 here to your node,
Mhm.
and then go because then you pretty much have like a full area, and that's your line, and then you can do what you were thinking like that.
Okay, so that's even more air, and then picking one path. I believe that's what you're going with.
Yeah, like you said, hey, I need the full area. So instead of
Okay.
having the nodes there, you have your air that is going all around and then going to your earth or mass or whatever you're going to do, and then towards the air.
Would John or Matt, would that work? Is that
He's not going to tell you yes or no for
Yeah,
any of
you
this.
got to do it. That's the end of the day. It's like, hey, you can be like me, fail and hope for the best, and learn from your failure. Right.
you have to live?
Well, that's the
Have
whole point, right? Like, survive.
Oh.
I mean, if you put it on top of a bomb, then that might be a little hard. But if you put it on a shield, I mean,
We're like
could you die
ahead,
from overprotecting yourself?
right?
Yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah.
That I've thought of in between the bullets don't all right, I prevented the bullets from killing me. Oh god, I didn't make a way to dig myself out of the protection that I made, and now I starve to death.
Well, you only have it activate with no fuel, so it only works
Yeah.
for one round. So 10 seconds. And then it's just all effects gone.
Okay.
This one in the middle doing?
That's just a dome. That's supposed to be a dome of air. Now, if it's supposed to be a dome and you want 4 of them, then
I'm not wanting any. You designed this. It does not have to be a full diamond. You can literally just have what's that arrow? You can literally have it start here, go to here, and stop.
Mhm.
That's your entire template. 2 nodes. It does
Okay.
not have to be a full circle, or it does not have to fill a whole ring.
Okay, so I can have
Literally
this,
just that,
and that's enough to
that'll do
create a
something.
dome. That'll do something, or will it do what I want it to do?
It'll do what you attach the template to.
Okay.
Air and earth. If you attach it to a shield, it'll operate like a shield to protection. If you put it on a energy barrier, the emitter from an energy barrier, it'll activate like an energy barrier emitter. Depends on what you
Okay.
describe it into.
Then I
Put
would
it on
like.
a sword, you would hit them with wind and earth.
Okay. For right now, I will try this on the energy barrier. Or you said,
Do you have a shine field?
it was mentioned enough times that I thought I had it, and then didn't. Not even sure if I do or don't.
You might. Oh yeah. If you didn't have one, I gave you my old one. I think I said earlier. So you at least have a basic one.
Basic shine field, adding that to gear.
Which is activates on 1 to 30 normally.
But because it's power words, it might change. It's just like Matt said, it's what you're putting it on, and that's your concept.
Yep.
Mhm. Okay. So yeah, if I wanted a field, I just need a field.
Put it on a convergence.
I'm not sure what that looks like. Just success.
I don't
Of
know
the
if the
fire
success is
variety.
good. Earth and Wind, it was successful. How successful? Extraordinarily.
I like that idea. Just put it on fire. Like, hey, I want to do something fire based with my convergence. Well, you're on
And
fire
it
now.
is super successful. It is the most successful fire you've ever made
Right?
on yourself.
16 fire nodes on a convergence. What is it? You created a sun. I don't know. If
I just gotta deal with the
16 can burn down a
consequences.
planet
Uh,
and just enough water, that way he can run the fuck away.
you have created a solar flare.
Yeah, shit, maybe my solar Qigong would like it.
Pulses around you, leaving devastation in a ever-expanding pulse that burns the solar system. Every planet, every surface of every planet just burns like it's a brush fire.
I think supernova is more of a better term for what you just said.
But it's only fire, so it doesn't crack the planets open. It just sears and scalds the entire tops of every planet.
Well, you put
so
mass
not
on
if right, yeah.
Oh, if you put mass on it, I guess we're going
Fire
Mass
smashing.
in the center.
That's a
Just
supernova. Yeah, that's a supernova.
You do
so-
mass
Because
and
it's on a
fire.
convergence. You are at the epicenter and dodge everything because it emanates from around you instead. So you get to watch in horror of what you've done.
And then
Congratulations.
die shortly afterwards because there's nothing left.
And there's no air, and you're lost in space.
What was it? If you used mass, and I don't know if iron is a true word, but if you used mass and iron and fire, so mass and iron in the center of the convergence, and then fire all around it. Technically, that's kind of a sun because it has an iron core.
Now, see, instead, you just learn one of the more advanced templates and put like 300 fire and mass on it.
If 16 can burn the universe, then I don't know
Only
why
the
we need
solar
more.
system.
Only the solar system. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I would need a more complicated one to burn the universe down. Alrighty, cool.
I think
Just
someone
math
would
and
stop you before you did that, FYI.
I mean,
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
notice.
Like, if I can just create a time field and I'm just like, hey, buddy, what you doing? Oh, I just spent like a year crafting the world's largest boom.
You would
See,
get flicked in the head, honestly.
not if somehow you are hiding all of your intentions. Because once when it starts, I don't know if it can be stopped.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. So one of the ideas that I had, imagine a portal gun from the game Portal, and so you have two colors, and so you just like Chunpo has like just you know what? All right, fine. Shoots once, shoots twice, has two different colors. I'll be right back. He goes in, comes right back out, and he just has it because he's just like, I just spent a year creating this, and time stopped.
Well, I guess you're
But
gonna need the
anyways,
true word of time.
true. Well, yeah, no, to do that, that's way too much in the future, and a little Chunpo. I don't think would actually do that, but
Burn down the
it's a
universe? Yeah, that seems like something that only the most perfectly sane people would attempt.
why? Yeah, I could, and I had a weekend. I had a
Dude, look
weekend of 7 years. Uh,
like the real trick is to not get noticed that you're attempting to do this.
true. I don't know who could notice it though.
Lots of gods.
Sure.
So if you can avoid the notice of all, like, the gods and similarly powerful people,
I don't know. The last time I went to Silver and I pissed something off so badly that it tried to murder a moon from this
Was
planet.
It was murdering you, not the moon. The moon is just collateral, my friend.
oh, aiming for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I did with that one. I just like tried to make sure we lived. But anyways, we shall use. Hey, so can I do it even easier then with get rid of?
Because you
Can
don't
I
need the
just
air to
use-
detect.
Yeah, if it's just a
It's on the
sphere,
battlefield.
and then I don't know, maybe. Oh, nope. Let me put that back. There we go. And then maybe I don't know if I need
might-
oxygen in the center.
You might want mass on the outside as well, or
Well,
going in the spiral in, just so you have even denser stone.
okay. Yeah. Well, as long as it works like that to where the mass creates denser stone, then yes.
It'll definitely do something.
Would I'm not sure if I should like layer it at that point to where it's just like, what do you have? I have Earth. I have
Namas. These people are not here. They cannot help you.
okay.
Namas.
Sorry.
Hoi, fine.
Want to start with 2 roots?
Yeah, we'll start with 2, and as long as it doesn't bury me alive, as long as this is on the outside and there is just oxygen and I don't need to put oxygen, otherwise, I would put oxygen in here as a way to say, all right, I'm creating a dome, there's oxygen on the inside of it, and it's a rock wall. A
Okay.
dense rock
But-
wall.
Okay.
Would you say that I need the oxygen on the inside?
I don't know.
We're going to put the oxygen on the inside.
What are you putting it
Or
on?
the shine field.
Okay.
So, yeah. Shine field with, I don't know, an activation or a button or something that, like,
Where is
Chun-Po's.
that little white dot going?
That's for oxygen on the inside of the
Mm-mm.
dome. Or I
It
can
needs to
put
be
it
connected to the previous nodes.
like that.
All are connected. You can't have an outlier.
Understood. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And there. That is rock, dense rock that turns into air.
Cool. It'll take you 4 days to build this template
Okay.
and three names. Put
Alrighty.
it here. Roll me. I'm gonna just start doing a D8. Roll me a D8.
1d8.
That's
Just-
how
just
many.
one?
That's the current time fluctuation.
Okay. And just 1d8.
Mhm.
5.
1 day out there is 5 days in here.
1 day is 5. So I already get it done.
Yeah, with 1 extra day. You can always just forfeit the extra days you don't have and just go back.
Can I create a template in my book of secrets?
Yeah, you can write down a template.
Okay. I will write down a blank template that way for the next time I
You have 'em
want
ready.
to. What?
You
Oh, I
have
already did.
one
Okay.
template ready to go to put stuff in, right?
If I put it, can I create a spell with holy geometrics? If I put it in a book.
A spell?
Yeah.
So once when you've written out the template, like onto the shine field, that is.
Yeah, no. I'm all good with the shine field. I am about to leave. That one's just more of a theoretical. Could I create a spell if I put it into a book?
No. These are
Okay.
never spells. They can never be spells. They use literal true words.
Okay.
This isn't like I spend mana. If a god goes, I smite ye, and you're like, barrier, you would probably win. That's
Shit.
how strong this is. And it can never be cast quickly unless you succeed in becoming a war dancer.
Okay. Well, I will forfeit my day then,
You
because
can just put a template down, an empty template down on a piece of wood, like a plank or a stone tablet,
sure.
and fill it out later.
Yeah, was the biggest thing. I was just wondering because you said intention or not intention, material matters. So shield, sword, field, and so I'm just like, does book create spells?
No.
Well, Chunpo will pop out. Let's see.
You could have it operate like a spell, such
Mhm.
as I'm going to try and mimic Fireball, but it would need something like Direction.
Okay.
So
This one or this template's very easy for me to picture direction as if it's just going outward.
Okay.
I can also see it as a sphere whenever I picture Chunpo in the center of this thing.
you would give it mass.
Yes.
So you do fire mass, and then you'd have to find some sort of direction, and then you would open it in the direction you want, like a scroll. It would trigger, and then that could operate like it's a spell, but
Okay.
it's not a spell at all. You're basically the medium you put it on. If you put it on spell casting paper, it'll be like, I'm supposed to do horrible things to people because I'm a fireball-ish, kind of, but not really, actually.
A supermassive fireball.
Normal paper doesn't cut it. You'd have to do something that
Yes.
would be like spell or spell scroll paper or something.
Okay. Is vector a power word?
Yes.
Okay. And then that would be. Would you describe vector as having, or its magnitude, isn't it? Its magnitude and direction. A vector is.
Mhm.
So could we say that could be said like, all right, well, oh shit, you'd have to pick which direction you'd want. Otherwise, it'd be very situational unless you could just say straight out.
You just pick up a much more difficult word, vector.
And then if you have a directional medium that you put it on, then it's probably going to point in the direction that it normally does. Like if you put it on a gun.
Yeah. Or I could
fireball.
wand a fireball.
Fire this bullet with an absolute direction of that way. If you're in the way, it's not going to stop.
Oh boy, I'm really sorry. Could I create a wand fireball with holy geometrics and using wand as direction? And then having vector and just being like shooting that way. Anyways, sorry, I'm asking questions that we don't need. I've created my template and I only spent one day and now I have way more time than I thought I did. So yeah.
Well, that probably just means we can leave earlier because we were mostly just waiting on you.
Or you
I guess we're now waiting on Lar.
Multiple.
Well, yeah, I could. I need more shine fields though, don't I? Or would this just? How many of these templates can I put on a shine field and just be like, all right, here's 1, here's 2, here's 3?
What I would do is I would test it out now.
That's what. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, 7 days is what I told pilots so they could get their thing fixed within 7 days.
Gotcha.
Okay. Can you test the power words here, or is that frowned upon?
That's a really good question. Let's go talk to Zaketria.
Okay.
Ziketria,
Yes.
can I test a template that I made in here with the advantage of time being a little distorted, or is that frowned upon? I haven't seen anyone actually try it in this room, I don't believe.
It is not permitted in here. One
Understood.
wrong thing and it can destroy this place.
Understood.
If you must, go to a barren planet. Test it there. Or if you have no means of going there, well, you'll have to test it outside.
That'll work. Alrighty. Thank you. I did not want to cause trouble. Outside, well, can I put more than one of the activation? Can I spend another 3 days of 5? So can I spend a day here and some change to create a second one onto the same shine field? Or would that break it?
You cannot put a second one onto the same one. There's only room for one template on any single object.
Okay. So
But I've seen players go, I have one on my t-shirt, one on my chain vest, and one on my breastplate. But those are 3 separate objects.
bet t-shirt getting some action here. If that'd be 6 days, and if it's still at a 1 of 5 days, wait, no, it'd be another 4 because I have to create the template onto my shirt, and then 3 more, so it'd be 8. I almost, if we do this, then I will almost spend 2 full days in the real world.
Oh my gosh, almost 2 full days?
Maybe it would be 8 of 10. So arguably you'd say 4 of 5 for the separation or that fraction, and then I don't know how much DTS that would equate to, how much I have left, or how many DTA I even have. But yeah, sorry. If you all want to have your second day, because Chun Po will be here creating a shirt.
Okay. So I did 2 DTS. I guess I'll be resting for the 3rd. Or I guess I can rest at the end. 7 days is not too bad to stay awake.
Alright, we're back to you.
I guess, unless is Johnny here?
I'm
Lar?
still here, yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you want to do your thing, or?
I suppose I am the one behind now. Well, yeah, I guess I'm the one behind now. So I talked to the armorer. I talked to Pilot. I talked to the flame bearer, and I need a thing here because we're dark. Where the fuck are we? Why can I not see anything? There we go. I would like to do a Eye of the Weaver on this individual here. Let's do a scrutiny test as I'm eyeing over potential party members to join us on this quest. Scrutiny. I'm going to re-roll scrutiny with keen scrutiny. -10. Same thing. All right. So 6. Let's figure out their their name, active conditions. Wait a second here. Do I need to do other things here? It's actually a minus 40 to the scrutiny test. So that's fine. So it's gonna be 2. Yeah, I'm just looking for a name and active. Let's see, name and yeah, let's do name and tier on this. Yeah, I go up to this individual.
You want to buy scrolls and talismans? Yes.
Why, hello there. Matt, what's their name?
Scout.
Matty boy.
Hmm.
I've used I am the Weaver on this individual. I'm requesting their name and their tier.
Their tier and
Yes.
their name.
Correct. Yeah.
This is the 1111 Scrolls of Wonderment. This individual seems to be not sure the tier on this, but he's above black gold because you haven't seen what is above black gold. But since he's down from a higher zone, he's stuck at black gold because of the suppression effect.
I didn't know there was a suppression effect. Cool.
Yeah, if you have a cultivation higher than black gold, you are suppressed to black gold while in zone 1. If you go to zone 2, that suppression's lifted unless you have a cultivation higher than zone 2.
Is that included with extremely powerful people like
Yes.
martial ancestors?
Yes.
Oh.
There are certain artifacts and objects and items that you can utilize to allow you to express higher forms of your power. But usually it's at great cost. Usually you take either causality or plausibility damage if you break the limit. But you can do so at any time. You just suffer horrendous backlash.
So that's why V got wrecked.
Yeah. Came all the way down to zone 1 from zone 6. Walked into the forest, got pitch slapped.
What about their Dow, Matt? Does that still incorporate the same effects, or is their Dow unlimited or not limited in a sense?
Your Dow is not limited. It's just if you express too much of that power, there's backlash.
Okay. All
right. Truly powerful cultivators are not limited by the suppression effect. That's how you can really tell who's powerful. So any of the saints or the emperors, which are like titles, like sword saint, axe saint, gun saint, they don't really suffer too much from the suppression effect.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm guessing that's because it's not their cultivation that makes them so powerful. A lot of the time.
Yeah, but usually it's limited for like the sword saint. They can express their entire cultivation, no matter where they are, as long as it's related to sword.
Gotcha.
But if their whole character sheet is about swords, then they found the loophole.
Cool.
My strength is sword. Oh, then I guess you get all of your strength score. That's what I thought.
Wonderful. Good day. You sell talismans
And scroll.
and scrolls. Ah, wonderful.
And
Um,
who does?
I'm suppose you sell protection talismans as well.
Of course. Yeah.
What about talismans or scrolls that help you regain Qigong?
Yes. You got
Excellent.
restoration of Fudas. Yes.
Is there a certain type? For example, if I have the Qigong of Earth, do I need to specify on that type of Qigong?
Makes it cheaper, yes.
Ah, yes, of course.
If it's only specific element, much easier to make. Otherwise, must use Gaia element. Very expensive, yeah.
Of course, yes, yeah, that would be more. Right. So that's important. What is your going rate for for example, Shadow Qigong?
How much do you want to restore?
I think 5 units would be fine.
5. That would be. For 1 talisman, 5 middling heaven and earth cultivation crystals, yes.
Oh, yes, of course. Do you do exchanges? For example, if I had a martial coin, could you reduce to heaven and earth crystals?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Well, I would like So
would you like a substitution scroll?
What is a substitution scroll?
Substitution scroll combines teleportation with another similar object, such as a tree, or a branch, or a rock, excluding yin and yang. Magnetic stones. Too heavy, too much distortion for scroll to work, but you can throw a rock and use scroll to swap places with it. Higher level ones will also camouflage you, and what you swapped with will leave a pretend dummy where you once were.
I see. Well,
It's the Naruto.
Oh yeah, no, I was going to say that. Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. Well,
only works once. All scrolls and fudas and charms and talismans are one-time use.
How much is the cost
use
for
them
it?
within a year. Otherwise,
okay.
the quality of the paper will decay.
Right. Efficacy is important.
Keep dry. It is very foggy and rainy here.
Well, let's get what is the cost for it first before I make my purchase?
For the substitution, 3 supreme grade heaven and earth cultivation crystals.
Well, I do have 3
a
on
martial
me.
coin divides into 10.
Oh yes, yeah, no, I do remember. Yes, and I do have 3 on me right now. So let's first spend a 10. Let's I'll take 3. Lara will pass one of the martial coins from our stash.
Remember not to use the substitution scroll multiple times if you have more than one in short order.
Oh, I was going to give them to my party members.
Very smart.
Yes.
Continual and consecutive use of substitution scroll can have you disjointed.
Oh, it's a good idea too. My party members have been dealing with the gravitational effects of getting pushed back from the bullets. So we can use these substitution scrolls when they are in a pickle. and get them back into the fight. Oh, that's a wonderful idea. So I will let us spend 2 martial coins, and I will take 6 of them, please.
Here you are. Make sure to keep them dry. I put them on wood talismans so that they are more resilient to the wet.
I see. So 6, those 2 martial coins subtracted, and I will take the 20 supreme grade Heaven and Earth crystals in return for a transaction there. As for the Shadow Qigong, of those 20 supreme,
Everything
said it
breaks
was-
down in multiples of 10. So
Yeah.
one spring breaks down into 10 high, one high breaks down into 10 medium.
okay, let me double check my notes on that because I thought it was something different than you told me.
It's got to be 10s. It can't be 100s because you guys are getting.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was
Because
100 to 1 ratio. I put that down to 10.
Yeah, we're going to do 10s.
Um,
Makes it more valuable.
for sure. So that is 10 high grade, and then that is 100 mid grade. So and it's
To mark
5.
these as yours, mark them with a little bit of blood on the engravings.
Oh,
Then it
See.
will listen to your intent.
it's important, of course.
Basically, you mark it with your blood, the substitution.
Yeah.
And you can use it as a reaction or free action in doing so. Otherwise, if you don't, you have to use it as a half action. All other talismans, scrolls, charms, and afuda have to be used without a blood mark, if it's not built for it, as a half action.
So, and that's not the same for the Qigong too, right? Or we can just use those. And
if you want to use the Qigong talisman to restore 5 Shadow Qigong,
you
or
also have to
Sun
do the
or
blood.
whatever, you have to pull it out and you activate it as a half action.
Oh, activate as a half action. Gotcha.
Yep.
So I'm just doing math. It was 10 a mid grade, or how much was it again for a talisman of 5?
It's basically he can get you up to 10 at once, but if you don't have enough room, it just
Sorry, that's not my question, Matt. What is the costing again? Was it 10 martial?
5
sorry, Heaven and Earth. Oh, so it is 5. 5.
Yeah. Basically, it's 1 per.
Yep.
And he can get you a talisman up to 10, but if you have 10 Qigong in a talisman and you only can hold 8.
Yeah, you'll convert it to the maximum amount you could in a sense. Yeah, I got you. And you lose the rest. That's fine. So 5 mids, and we're going to take 10 times 5. So 50, and then
Matt,
Yep.
should his name be Scrolls of Wonderment, or is it Scroll of Wonderment?
it's
Because he's
scrolls.
got-
He said scrolls the first time. Yeah, he just forgot to put the S.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You're right. Thank you. Everyone get 1 merit.
1 merit. Okay, I'll take it. So 10. Yes, of course.
Oh wait, I realized my Shadow Qigong max is a whole lot more. Should be 16.
Yes. So anyway, I'm doing math. I'm gonna have to go ask the other party members what they use for Qigong, because I know us, and I think it's gravity Qigong for Kunimitara. on how they used it against me. But I need to double check. Because I don't think they actually told me what it was. Otherwise, I'd remember. I just remember it being used on me. So 50. So 10 shadow, 10 solar. So another 50. So that's 100 mid, which is 1 high, which is 10 high. Which is one of those supreme. So 19 supreme. Yeah. So I'm giving them two martial coins.
Yep.
We're going to get
20 supreme.
Yep, which is 20 supreme. 6 of those are going 6 of the 3. So 6 times. No. I'm doing this wrong. So I want 6 of them, and they're 3-piece. 6 times 3 is 18, right? And so which means there's 2 supreme left over. Am I doing that right? Because it was 3-piece.
The 3-piece.
Yeah.
3 supremes. So each.
Yeah. Should be 2 left over. Yeah, 2 supreme left over. And one of those supreme is going to be breaking down to 5 high. I mean 10 high grade. And those 10 high grade can be put into 100 mid grade, and I'm going to get 10 shadow talismans and 10 solar talismans, which is one of the pretty much one of the supreme grade in that sense. Is that fair for the math?
It all breaks down in multiples of 10. You break down a supreme into 10 high.
Yep, and then the high into 100 mid, which is what I was saying. Mid. No, I'm using all 10 high grades.
Oh yeah, then yes, it's 100 mid. Then
yeah.
That's a lot of cash, Johnny. That's a lot of cash.
Yeah, so the 100 mid is going to be used to get 10 talismans of solar and shadow for us, for the party.
10 each?
No, just 10 total. We'll split up between each other.
Well, how much is on each? Is it 5 Qigong per?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 10, so it's 50.
Yeah, exactly. 50 each for the 100 mid, the medium grade, which means I have 1 supreme left over that I can use. And I'm going to use another downtime action to go talk to Kunimitara and her sister and ask them what their Qigong is, so I can make an order for them for Qigong restoral talismans.
Well, you got your money. You got your talismans.
Yeah, no. So before I finish my transaction, Matt, I would like to go to Akuni Matara and ask her and her sister what their Qigong is, so I can purchase talismans for them.
All metal. It's all metal Qigong.
Oh, it is metal Qigong? Because she used gravity on me, on the metal, I suppose, which then forced it and made it heavier, right? So that's what they did.
That's one of her specialties.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I also get 10 yeah, let's do that. So 100, so I can use them all up. I'll get 100. No, sorry, not 100. I'll get 20 metal talismans, and then 10 shadow, 10 solar, which will spend my 2 martial coins. Sound good? And that transaction is completed then. So 2 martial coins, split into the Supreme Heaven and Earth crystals. Those I will get 6. Teleport techniques for objects, and the rest are going to be put into talismans for Hugon. All good, guys? All right.
Yeah.
And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coming back, I give the talismans of metal for our group. And then I'm like, hey guys, Cooney, I thought of an idea. I have these they're called talismans, scrolls in a sense. It's a wooden one. What we can utilize it though, is it will teleport an object that we choose with yourself. We just need to add a little blood to it. And then we can, for example, last time when we were going to that checkpoint there, and you guys got hit by the bullets, but you got pushed back a bunch, right? In this case,
That was not fun.
No, not at all. In this case, we learn from this, and we have an object that this teleport thing is attached to, so then you can change positions if that ever happens, and then you can be back into the fight.
Or I could just dodge them and move forward.
That's true too. Exactly. If something's about to hit you, you're like, oh, never mind, I'm going to this instead. Good try.
I think that would be far more efficient. That's
Yes.
just me, though.
So I give I give one to I didn't get one for Sai, but I get one for Pilot, Cooney, her sister, and then I have one each for the rest of the party. For Chungpo, Lyron, and
Do we know the range on these teleports?
He
Within
never
vision.
specified.
Within vision?
Okay.
Shit, I can't use it.
I will give it to Midnight Side.
Detection, Cuber.
I'm blind.
And I give the talismans of metal for the party that uses metal Kyugan.
Okay.
And I have 10 solar, 10 shadow. Yeah, that should be nice. Gonna sketch me with your long nails, that a girl. Kitty cat.
Okay. Are you just... So for the Shadow Qigong talismans, are you keeping some?
I will be keeping some, yes. I am going to take 2. And you can have 3 if you'd like.
Yeah.
Our boy Chung Po doesn't use shadow, so
Not at the moment. But yeah.
And then my only use for solar qigong is to convert it into other qigong. So I don't know if, or into other energy.
yeah. So
Don't know if I need any of those talismans.
We'll do 4 and 4 for myself and Chung Po, and you can have the extra 2
Okay, I'll take them.
because then you can utilize the transfer of. So,
Yep.
alrighty. That is my downtime scene. I've got everyone looked after. I have one more downtime scene to utilize. I'm going to the orrery, and I'm going to feed the trash can. Today's offering.
Woohoo! And set up future.
Correct. So Right now, they've eaten 4 days worth, as this is the 4th day. It doubles every time. So
it only
it's been
doubles if it's Stardust.
correct. 1, 2, 4, 8, which is 17, I think. 6 plus 8, no. 6 plus 8, it's 14, 15, right? And then giving the other 16 and 32 Stardust for the next 2 days to Duality. And then an Aethrum. And some Aethrum. So today's the 4th, 5th, 6th, 32. That's 3 days. And then I need another 4 days. So 4 Aethrum for the next ones after that to complete the week. And let's say that's also a downtime scene. Quick question, Matt. When we got to the checkpoint, we refilled fake currency, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The new session happened. We're still at the checkpoint. Do we refill fate points again?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to put them into.
Don't forget, you also get your narrative dice as well.
Yes, those have been put in. I'm putting tumbleweeds up to 4. And I will do some downtime actions with the 5 remaining I have for the day to work on my thinking bobber, which is going to be perception for this one. It is the what's it called again? I have that written down. I have it written down somewhere. It's in Duality in the Orrery. Yes, I'm going to do Expeditious Retreat. I'm working on that. I'm pretty much halfway done it. I just don't have that written down. But I'm going to do some perception rolls in the Orrery. Are you montaging it in the Orrery right now?
You've done 3 DTS total?
No,
this
2.
is your 3rd one, rather?
This is my 3rd, yeah.
Okay, because I've only done 2, so
okay.
I might be montaging
jump to you right
it.
now. Jump to you right now, since you finished off. I just did a bunch of stuff.
Want me to? I was actually planning on going to talk to my master, though. So no, I wouldn't.
No. Go do that then. Yeah. Go do that.
Okay. So I'll be going down out of the Orrery. Master.
Yes.
Something strange happened with my energy well when I tried to do something weird with some high state energy. Could you perhaps analyze it? It seems like some of my space in the energy pool is crystallized.
Yes. Your observations are correct.
And I was thinking maybe I could crystallize more of it to help build that circuit at some point that we're looking to complete around my
Do nothing for now.
All right.
You're not at a stage in which we need to make those modifications. So having the resource pool open instead of sealed when you cannot do anything with it would be foolish.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose that's all I came to ask you at this point. With this, I was also able to pretty easily transform the solar qigong into shadow, is it because they're opposites or related?
One is a causality of the other. Light creates shadow. The absence of light is darkness.
So transforming the shadow into solar qigong would be a lot harder?
Correct.
Interesting. Well, I guess I'll spend the remainder of my time meditating and transforming the remainder of my solar qigong into tribulation energy. Get that full
Transform me into trib.
trib, since there are 5 units of energy per qigong, and it's 5 units for tribulation energy. Trib.
Oh, if you got the ratios, go for it.
Yep. High state is 10 units of energy. And evidently not a good idea to try to break down into something else. Okay, well, that is my DTS. I guess I could have been doing that in the orrery, but I don't know if that's montaging in a way that would help Lara out.
Yeah, I don't know if that's training per se for you for the meditation, so I won't say this.
Well, it's not progressing anything, and it's something I already know, so it's probably not training. It's 9. I do have 2 more actions afterwards, which I will just use on normal swing, I guess. So that will be in the orrery. So you have part of a montage C.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. You get 2 of your actions.
Oh, wonderful. All right, so
Uh-huh.
I'm going to do a perception roll. I'm going to eat a sandwich. I'm going to spend 20 key. Sorry, not 20 key. 100 key. No, sorry. I apologize. I'm using 20 key to get a plus 100 bonus on my toughness test as I take this sandwich and gain myself plus 12 to my progress. And then I'm going to roll another perception test. Plus 10 bonus from the sandwich.
Nom 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 nom.
Want to use your once procession ability on me there?
Once per session?
Yeah, you're 90 to make that a
To
1.
make it into... we've got 2 hours. We're probably going into Bullet Hell Mountain
It's true.
again.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I was just thinking, like, if you make it a 1, I'd use the convergence on it and then
triple
get a...
Like, see, that's a decent idea, other than the fact that the largesse might keep us alive.
It's true. Which I'm saying you keep it. It was just more of like,
I
that's...
thought about it. If we weren't immediately going into the danger zone, I would...
Danger!
High voltage!
Lots of bullets. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to double check my notes, but I think I've completed that. And then I'm going to work on willpower for the next 4 I have. And that's going to be a plus 50. Plus 50. Cool. That's 5 and 6. 6 for 6. All right. I'm done my downtime.
Okay, so we spent a full day.
Yeah.
And then Champo is no longer doing a template unless he's doing another one.
I technically have 2 days inside of the realm to do stuff with.
Yep.
Is there a possibility that I could be in a situation where I could get my solar qigong back? in this area, in the holy geometric area.
Is there
Is
sunlight?
That's
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
Sorry, I was typing. What about Shuttle Qigong?
It in the holy geometric room. Is there an area where I could restore solar qigong? Like okay.
They don't do that here.
Yeah.
Qigong is a energy exclusive to that planet.
Oh, okay. All right, then. Okay. Trying to think of areas where I could actually train solar qigong, or not train, but have enough sunlight to where I can regain solar qigong.
Talismans for you.
Yeah, I got talismans for you.
Oh, talismans. Okay.
You got
I
five
also
of them, I
expl-
think?
Gotcha.
well, he has 4 solar.
Four solar.
That gives
right.
5.
4,
That
and I
gives
got
5.
2. Right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then I'll just pop back in. Sorry about that. Would Lorekeeper want to see the what I did with the field? Or do they just want to see the results? Matt?
What?
Would Lorekeeper want to see what I created with
Sure.
the field, or would
Of
they
course,
just
they're gonna
want
want to watch.
Well, yeah. Do they want to watch it happen, or do they want to see what I made?
Whatever you're willing to show.
For right now, we'll keep it secrets. But I wasn't sure if she was going to ask. But would you say how much time does Chunpo have in from having 2 days in the one world, but the remainder of 1 day in this world, like cutting 2/5 of a day
Yeah, you got DTS left.
in DTS? Okay. Alrighty. Well, that was. Oh, Master, do you know of an armor that was lost to time that may want to live again?
Armor lost the time that went on to be lived again. Too many to count. A lot of them are not nice objects.
Hmm.
There are also many cosmic cultivators or martial ancestors that have specialized soul preservation, preserving armor. So if they were to die, their spirit goes into the armor, and if you wear the armor, well, it could possess you. So there's all sorts of armors that, especially on this planet, that fit that description. Could you potentially be a bit more specific? This is Mitch.
What would be an armor that you would recommend to me that is one that would fit that description that I gave? Is there one, or would you say seem to have the natural armor thing going?
Further specify.
One more time.
Further specify.
Further
Specify.
specify. Okay.
Narrow down. Because I could recommend a whole bunch to you, but they're not. I don't think they would be helpful in the way you think you want them to be. Mostly because, oh gosh, how would I say this? I would be using them to feed them to your little plant. They would possess you normally, but your plant would eat the spirit out of them. That makes any sense? I don't know if that makes any sense.
And I think I should just work on Tree Buddy for a while then.
You do have that armor imprint from the Iron Tomb. I think you have a couple of them.
Where we fought the hang on a second. The Bulgrim?
Yes.
What does an
Either
iron
that or
imprint-
Lar has. Well, isn't
Yeah,
Snyder?
it's-
There's two different armors. There's one that was on the dude who decided to roll the dice, which we still have. Everybody loves those dice. And then there was just another piece of armor that was, I guess, historic in some way. I don't think we examined it much other than you getting it.
For right now, I think I'll actually just spend some time interacting with Tree Buddy and trying to make sure he's both fed and get along with him.
Hungry.
Hungry all the time, buddy. I think it's a good idea. I will feed my last 100,000 year kiloton guardian life sap to Tree Buddy.
You're gonna feed the sap, the tree buddy?
Is that a bad idea?
That's a lot of sauce. I don't know if you can handle
That's
You
tree
think
buddy
so?
having explosive growth like that.
You might need a bargain here, like, hey, I'm going to give you this, but I need this in return. Need some
Tree buddy don't do
balance.
bargains, man.
Yeah, they just
Tree
take.
Tree Buddy eats.
Tree buddy hungry.
I will slowly feed him life points until he is satisfied and sleeping. And how many would you say that is?
How many? Okay, hold on. Let me correct this for a moment. Do that again.
How many Tao points of life can I feed Tree Buddy one at a time slowly until he is full, satisfied, and content?
Oh,
Hard
I don't know
tell.
if you were here for this session. Sorry, say that one more time, Matt. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're not sure. Tree buddy has an endless appetite. You can feed it to him one at a time, and he will just. He's always hungry.
He's candy. He's candy.
Yeah.
Now, what I was going to say, were you there when Matt told us about the moon splitting? Or the moon cut?
Not the moon cut, I don't think. I know.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you were. You were with us in spirit, but I don't think you were there for that session. It's going to take 100 Martial Dow points to attempt the cutting of the moon.
Okay.
So just as something to save up for and not spend all your Martial Dow points on.
I can spend that now.
Oh, you still do have 100? Okay, yeah. All right.
I have 132.
You're good then. I just wanted to give you an FYI. I have 90 right now for myself. I just didn't want you to spend them all and not have that, be able to do it. So
I got you.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt them.
Okay. Okay, so I want to try and work on a way to either tame or give Tree Buddy more consciousness and more interaction. I'm not entirely sure. Besides just feeding him and keeping him fed and trying to interact with him and seeing if he will listen or grow. I do kind of want Tree Buddy to grow, but I'm not sure. Yeah, the tenacious overgrowth.
It's hard. Yeah.
Mind selects? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotta actually. Yeah. Well, how much XP do I have? Okay.
All right, do it, Jumpo. Do the thing. Show the activation.
We are going to use some adapt on might to buy a might select gift of the deep forest. I think that might. There we go. And because that's the first one with might, only costs 5. Alrighty. Write it down on this
What
one.
are you selecting with might? I was eating my granola. It's very loud.
I'm doing a might select gift of the deep forest.
To do what?
I'm working on Tree Buddy in some way. Not entirely sure yet.
To do what?
That is the question. I remember still what a select does and where that
It
is.
increases something numerically, or the strength of something, or reduces the size of something.
Let's see. I could do my gear. Make. Could I have it affect Get 'em Tree Buddy? My attack with Tree Buddy?
What are you increasing with might?
Well, he does health state damage. Could I
You
make
won't be able to
him.
do more than one health state damage.
Okay.
Too strong.
Too strong.
As he grows older, he might be able to do that. That's
Can I
kind of a
make
natural
it?
trait of his.
Can I make it a ranged attack? Because right now it's a touch attack.
Well, he is able to extend himself.
Might select make him grow further.
Sure.
How far of range would you say that would be?
You can go out to now. Because it was originally half your toughness bonus rounded down. We can just do your toughness bonus in meters.
Sure. Well, hang on a second. That's only. Hang on a second. Let me double check my toughness bonus. Roll up. Yeah, 5 meters. I'll take that still.
That's pretty okay, right?
Yeah. Because, yeah, so I could reach people from a decent amount away for a tree.
Give him the butt touch.
Yep. And the only other thing I could think of would be upping the armor if I wanted that might select.
Yeah, good.
Uh, Specifically doing Gift of the Deep Forest and not Tenacious Overgrowth of Life. Is that a thing? Can I might select Tenacious Overgrowth of Life key? Or is that just a key that I have? I can't
That's
exactly
just the key that
target
you
that.
have.
Okay.
But it's part of the character sheet. Why can't he select this key?
It's a resource.
Okay.
Not particularly. I mean, you could,
What
but
about
it
the
would be
pool?
putting merit into a finite resource. It'd be better
Right,
to
right,
get
right.
something like if you were to gain X new key or X resource, you could potentially gain X more.
Hmm.
Or X plus 1, or
Gotcha.
it's like an item. If you put it into the item or the resource and it's non-renewable.
Yeah, I've done that with Destiny Fragments before.
But if it is a renewable resource, then yeah,
Yeah.
you can do that with your key. You can spend merit on your key. If that's the thing you're talking about. Now that I think about it, yeah.
because he refreshes his key, correct? Yeah, you get more.
The
Yeah.
Tenacious Overgrowth key. Okay, that's the one we were talking about. Then yeah,
Yeah.
you can throw your key at it. Or your
You must have
merit at
thought the
your key.
blood, right? From the 100.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
sap.
yeah.
So okay. This is just for my notes, but this is what I have added to Gift of the Deep Forest.
Cool.
Yeah, with edit that again. Start with get them. Okay. Could do it again if I wanted. There. How much XP is it per star? If there's 4 stars, is it
5.
5 or is it 10?
Yeah, it's 5 each. Yeah. It used to be 10,
Sorry.
but it's 5. Yeah,
Okay.
that was only up to 5 stars at that point, though. So that's now made it to 10.
If I bought this one, Johnny, so with strength beyond strength, that's
So that's a negative quality, sir.
that's a negative.
So you would get 5, or I think it's
20.
a 4, right? So it's like 20 worth of merit to use on a positive if you wanted to.
Gotcha. Okay.
There are downsides, though, as listed in what is written there. But it is a great little thing, especially if your sword is, indestructible.
Gravity. Yeah.
And read a little into it, like kind of absorb as much as you can for what's wording there and be like, hey, how can I improve this if I want to as well? Because then you could spend some of your merit on it. And it's all about how you want to improve it, which should be really cool. Because it's like, 100% of your strength, your maximum usage, right? There's a lot of, little nuances there that you could take advantage of. But it's all about how you go about doing it.
I got you.
I remembered looking at your sword, and it's like indestructible. And I was like, oh, you could probably use your, in that negative quality, and then pick up a positive in return or whatnot.
Okay. Um, that would be cool. I'm not sure if I have the toughness for it yet, but
Yeah, that is the downside. It's like, hey, I got to roll toughness, but hey, you're rolling a toughness check. You might roll 1 or 100.
for right now, I think I will. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I will pass the torch if anybody wants it. Chunpo is back. Chunpo's upgraded Tree Buddy a little bit to make him able to grab people and have a ranged option. Now I go fast, I have range, and I can punt. Now I just got to survive.
You want to use it? Hmm. Hmm.
Not in the camp. Because
Okay. You
I
can
don't
go
want
below the
the...
camp.
Fair enough. Sure. Yep. Guys, I got some testing to do with, with a few things. Anybody want to shoot at me?
Remaster's like, I'll assist you in this.
Thanks, Master. Can always count on you.
Don't die.
Of course.
You'll be fine.
Pulls out his Beretta.
All right, that's far enough out, right?
Sure.
Okay.
You're gonna take a rock up the ground,
Mhm.
kind of bend their thumb, and kind of hold it with their forefinger, like a latch.
Yeah,
Place the rock, and they're gonna thumb flick the rock at you.
gotcha. Alrighty. I'm just wearing my shirt for right now.
Okay.
That's the I'm not using it on the whole field yet.
So you don't have your field, your shine field on you, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm going to say because I do not want to use the shine field on this and then lose the shine field. Or lose the ability to reuse the shine field.
Well, what's the point of him throwing this at you then?
And to make sure it works the way I'm hoping.
Okay, so you're testing like, hey, I'm getting hit with a rock. Cool.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
It's testing holy geometrics. I got to figure out where I go wrong.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't just like, put it on you first and then get them to throw the rock. What's the point of the extra step?
I think he's testing it with his shirt first.
Oh, you have it on a shirt?
Yeah, he has it on his shirt and on the shine field.
I missed that. Yes. I apologize. Go ahead.
All good. Yeah.
It might function differently than on a shine field, though.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the only worry.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because I have rock and mass, I think, and then.
Well, we also have a whole week to.
And I've only
because pilots reconfiguring their armor, so you could try the shine field here, see if it works, change it, or just reapply it as is if it does work or it doesn't work. Yeah. You have time to keep testing.
I'm not sure I can reapply an object that I've applied. Like, how many times can I put holy geometrics onto an object before it destroys the object?
So it depends on if it destroys the object in the first place.
One holy geometric gosh, I can't. What the fucking word? Template on an object.
Mm-hmm.
Just one. Doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter if there's more room for more. One. If it destroys the object, then it destroys the object. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Depends on how you build it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the template can never be used. It's gone.
So you can put another template on it after you've used one.
Yes. The template's always consumed along with the words, but you can always put a new one on. You can put the same one on each time.
Okay. Is there a way to create tablets that I can then that just hold a template and a finished word, and then I just put it onto an object and say like, all right, this will do what I had originally.
You could make like a stamp.
A stamp of holy words.
It would be very difficult to even do a stamp of a
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be
template.
extremely expensive to make something that precise.
Unbelievably precise. Most of the time they don't
And you'd
do
have
it
to learn how to use it.
because- Yeah, most of the time people don't do it because if you stamp even once, there's a non-zero chance the stamp becomes slightly deformed, and then the whole template's wrong.
So you'd need perfect precision.
Every time. Without deforming.
Yep.
If that is the case, then I will just use the field. And well, I'll use both actually, I think, and then I will go back and I will remake those. If that is allowed, if I can just spend another 2 days of the week and just be like, okay, I know they both work, and now I'm just going to
You can just both.
okay.
Well, you might want to try the
Mm.
shine field. If that works, then you just buy a bunch of low-grade shine fields to put templates on as well. I guess trying both doesn't hurt.
And I know a guy.
Okay. Roll the shine field.
That's what, 1 in 30?
1d100, 30 less.
That's the downside here, is that it's based off of what the item is. I was wondering if that was going to happen.
Seems to
Okay.
work.
And you've got Earth linked to mass.
Yes. And I believe
It
oxygen.
triggers, and now you're in a dome.
Yes.
You're in a rock dome
Mhm.
of solid granite.
Alrighty. Okay.
It's dark.
I would like to shout to Lorekeeper, give it a couple bullets.
It's very muffled.
Yeah, doesn't go through.
Very, very dense rock.
Very dense rock. You're not sure if they can hear you outside.
Can granite stop bullets? Also, how large is the dome from Lorekeeper's perspective, if anything?
Or
You
from
don't
your
know.
perspective. I guess it's dark. Wait, you don't have night vision or anything?
Nope. Yeah, I'm in a dark hole. I will walk to an edge and count my steps.
3 steps.
3 steps. Okay. So.
2 with your hand outstretched.
Okay.
Because your arm counts as.
Okay. I would like to sit and wait and see if the rock dissipates, if it goes away.
No, it stays.
Okay.
You found a flaw in your plan.
Yes.
Well, if it's a bunch of bullets, that'll deal with the problem.
I just have to wait for the bullets to pass.
You need to let the bullets explode the granite, I suppose.
Yeah.
I turn off the field on my end.
There's no turning it off. It
Yeah,
just
it already happened.
flares briefly
Mhm.
and then goes on cooldown.
Yeah, you
now
made a
I've-
rock dome from the shield.
Awesome. Okay.
But now you're stuck
Alrighty.
in a dome.
Yep. I'm in a dome of granite.
You could see how much damage it can take. You have a guy on
Oh
punch.
yeah. I was about. I'm not exactly worried. I'm just like, well, that proved that I created
Saying you
it.
only used one math word.
Oh yeah.
Imagine if you did Earth, math.
Rush.
Which math would that be?
I've now entombed myself. I have made the mountain.
No bullet shall ever get me.
It appears I've created a second mountain.
No, that'd be
And
on
now
a
I'm
bunch of
under it.
Earth, then math.
Yeah.
Math.
Instead, it's the same size of dome, except incredibly dense.
It appears I've encased myself in lead.
A little bit denser than that, probably. A lot of it.
Oh, what was it? Once you get to the certain, like, oh, yeah, I've appeared to have encased myself in radioactive material.
Oh, shoot.
Damn.
It's just a neutron star. My bad.
Sorry if you heard that.
Nope. We're good.
Person revving engine outside.
Nope.
Oh, awesome. Well, alrighty. Chunpo's just like, okay, I understand what this does now, and Chunpo specifically just picks one corner, kind of gets down on the ground, and creates an igloo little hole out of like one side that he can crawl out of because he still wants it mostly intact. But he will guy and punch it.
Full damage.
Ready.
You punch your way out,
Nice.
but just your fist.
Gotcha.
So it
It
stays
was not as
intact.
thick as you thought,
Okay.
or as durable.
Let's see. So how thick is the field here? If my fist did get out, like, is it my arm's length or is it like 6 inches?
Shield created a razor thin. Creates a razor
Razors.
thin little bubble. So this one created about half an inch of granite. So you punch through it really easily. You probably need to use more earth if it's attached to a shine field.
Gotcha. In between using time to rest and guy and punch, can I punch my way out? Just regaining ki.
Bah, 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 bah. Yeah, just pull yourself out. It's fine.
Alrighty. Well, now that I'm not downrange, Lord Keeper, could you please shoot that? I just want to see, make sure. I don't like the idea of only 6 inches of granite, and that's not
only
bad.
half an inch of granite.
Half-inch granite. Okay, yeah.
She just kind of walks over and puts her finger through it. Does this count?
Fair enough. Well, the one on my shirt probably wouldn't do anything either then.
Have you hang it up and they trigger it, and the whole shirt turns to stone.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually going to work in a pinch.
Keep trying.
Yes.
This is fun. At least for me. I don't know about you.
I am enjoying at least figuring out what's going on and what I need to do.
All right.
Savalar, I will be. I'm doing some trainings and figuring some things out. Is there any chance that I could borrow or sell some of my things to make a profit to get more fields?
Sure. The shine fields aren't that expensive, Jumbo.
I don't have any money right now, I don't believe.
Yes. For example, it took me. It was 5 bullets to buy a level 2 shine field, but I gave him a little bit extra things. I gave him my original shine field, and I gave him some information. So honestly, if you want to just take, like, I don't know, like a Marshall coin or two, and and you can buy yourself a good shine fields. The armorer down there, they're a good lot, so they would probably fix you up with a good one. I don't know what you're trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Matt?
Your shine field looks perfectly okay.
Yeah, but he wants a few.
Yeah, I want 5.
Right. What are
If
you going to
that's
do with these
okay.
shines fields, Chunbo?
Well, here, let me. You care to join me for a second? Can I?
Sure, I'll use one of my downtime actions to check you out.
I walk you down to where I've been testing things, and I show the remaining dome of very thin granite. So I made this while I was testing testing this out, and so I want to make multiple tests. That way, I can ascertain what is the best way to prevent any number of bullets.
I see. I suppose the only thing you're missing out on here is creating the dome will encapsulate you for a brief time.
Yes. And if I make it thicker to where I could actually survive, and I show it's only about a half-inch thick, I'm just like, this is just a tablet of granite.
Yes.
The fact that it's a perfect dome is honestly, I really like that, but I think I'd need a little bit more to survive Bullet Hell Mountain. And then, yes, I have to have a way to dig myself out of the dome that I create, and Bullet Hell Mountain is not exactly diggable. So far, I can break my way out, but
how did you manage to make this happen with your shine field? Was that the
it wasn't the shine field itself. Like in conjunction, shine field in conjunction with my special stuff that I know.
the special stuff? Well, I like this special stuff.
Special sauce.
Your sauce though. So you're utilizing with the shine field. The thing about shine fields though is they're finicky. They don't always happen. So I feel like you're going to have to get something that has a better exchange rate for what you're trying to do. The armorer, for example, could probably make you a good shine field that'd give you more opportunities, or you could choose a different medium. But why Earth, though?
It was the safest thing that I could think of with just the bullets themselves.
Do you have to use Earth?
No, I don't. I can use several different things. I can use 5 different things in conjunction.
Okay, cool. I was just thinking maybe if you used water, you could get out of it quickly and have a this dome around you that falls after the fact. Unless you want to make it so it lasts longer, I suppose. But I feel like the only thing you're going to be dealing with, though, is the amount of bullets, because they're going to keep coming. The damage is going to be there. But this is definitely a good start, Chunpo. I like this. This is cool. Well,
I think, let's see, how high of quality of a shine field is available right now?
Here's mine. It's a level 2. It has a much better proc chance than the level ones. And I feel like the better the shield, the more chance it is. As an example, a level 2 is a 40. It's gone up by 1. So I feel like if you get a level 3, it's probably going to be a 50-50 chance. And maybe diminishing returns after a certain point.
Okay. Yeah. I think I kind of want a level 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there anything else you need from me, Chunpo?
Well, just How much is Chunpo's share of the selling of bullets on like when we sold?
We got about let me double check. Actually, I think it was 2,000 maybe. We're up to 4,000, I think. Money making, I have that in, or I know it was in commerce currency. We're up to 4,000 45.7 Marshall coins, and I used 2 of them. Put that in my log.
So we have
Coins?
plenty of money.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
So if you wanted to get a high tier one and build off what you're doing now, that sounds great. Might get more expensive at the end of the day, but I think you have something promising, Junpo. Keep it up. You got this, fam.
Thank you. I would like to buy 10 level 1 science spheres. Is that what they're called?
Why are you buying 10 low-level ones?
Experiments.
Why don't you buy a high-tier one? Or do you want?
Oh,
I see what you're doing.
buying
I see what you're
high-tier
doing. You want to make the smaller ones and figure out what you want to do, and then once you have your template down or what you want to do with it, you buy a big one. I see. It's a good idea, Junpo. You should use the orrery to your advantage. You have your science station. You could use that as your place to plan all these things, and then you could then go and build it once you're ready. Do some science, Junpo. You are the science officer, after all.
Indeed. I'm trying to think of how I would combine the science orrery with, because the building of the symbols would have to be in the time displacement area, but the experimenting could be done in the orrery.
It's all about how you want to build it. It is your station, Junpo. I have great faith that you'll make it your own, because it is your own. Make it grand, make it spontaneous, make it sciencey. Have fun with it.
Indeed. So how much is a tier 3? Now I just forgot the name of it. It's not
Shinefield.
Shinefield.
So a level 2 is going to be 3 Marshall coins, I think, when Matt said it, or 5 bullets, and he didn't know about the exchange rate on bullets, and I told him the exchange rate on bullets.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be roughly 10 Marshall coins, I'd say, for a level 3.
Okay.
That's a guess.
Also, is there any available in the village right now? Because that's where we can actually go to buy, right? Like that's all we have is this
so
checkpoint.
go to the armor. He would have he offered like, hey, I couldn't get you this because you didn't spend enough, but you could get it to level 3. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Gotcha. Okay, he's over here.
If you like, Chungbo, I can make introductions and you can go from there. I'll lead you right to him. Alright, I've come back with a customer.
Go ahead.
He's looking for a shine field. In this case, he's looking for one that has a higher proc chance than really anything. So we don't have to worry about the damage buildup, just more proc chance.
All right. You want to dial up the sensitivity calibration. It can burn out your shine field. The reason why these have a limited activation is most of the time when you build them from foundation up, they only can express the energy only so often before, burning out from the inside.
I see.
That's why higher grade ones are built completely different, so they can handle that continual outburst of energy.
Oh, Armor, then, do you have a shielding device that is low on damage, but you can activatable instead of having to
I suppose it wouldn't. Yeah. I have these really weird ones that you can buy. They are one-time use. They always
See.
proc, but they're limited absorption capacity is what makes them unattractive.
All right. So one-time
That
use.
is perfect.
Really?
How many do you have?
Got 5, but I can make more really quickly.
Can you? I'll pay for 10.
So the
You can
last
make
question, Armor. The one-time usage, can you recharge them in a sense?
No.
All right, so
The
they
whole
burn out
point
after
is
the use.
that
You're right. It's
they burn out, but you can bring them back. I'll buy back or at least repair it. There's a specific series of components inside that need to be replaced. Think of it as a disposable capsule.
yeah. So yeah, it's expected.
And unfortunately, since it is a trade secret, I can't sell those capsules. They're not very good, anyways. They only protect you from, I'd say, 10 units of damage. But they always proc, but they only proc once. But you can't wear more than one at a time.
Yeah, makes sense.
How big are these?
He holds one out. It's the size of a golf ball.
Can I have some in my pocket and then wear, like as they burn out?
I wouldn't do pocket. I'd put them on a bandolier. Once
enough.
the old one, you can just toss the old one to the ground on the side, or you can clip it to the bottom of the bandolier, spin it, and pull one, a fresh one, from the other side.
Alrighty. I would like 10 of them if you could provide them.
Here, I'll give you. If you give me a martial coin, I'll get you 10, the bandolier, and a little waist clip for the active one. A whole little ensemble.
Perfect. I will hand him a martial coin or look to Savalaire and just be like, the martial coin?
Oh yes.
Don't worry about the expended capsules if they do eject, because there's a small chance they do. Don't worry about them. They're spent anyways. You can't get them back or repair them. So
Understood. And then the high-level shine field, if possible. How much
you
for?
can't wear that at the same time as any of these. You can't overlay
Yes.
shine fields.
Yes.
All right. Well, high grade shine field, eh? They have a little bit more room for features. Were you wanting something for higher damage threshold? Were you looking for something?
Well, how have you seen the ability, or well, the devastation of Bullet Hell Mountain? The first time when people were coming up and the wave of death came down.
No, I have not seen it. I've read about it. Does that count?
Is a shine field something that can block damage from all directions continuously through a wave of unending bullets?
No.
Okay.
It is omnidirectional, but you would need something that would be of such a scale.
Maybe something that persists, I suppose.
The only individuals I've ever heard of that can build something like that is the Truth Faction. A shine field that always procs from all directions in every instance. They're called perfected shine fields. They are the most annoying thing to deal with I've ever come across. It's what is called the Wailing Wall. Try as you might, you will not get through. but coming across one would be destiny or heavenly fate would have to be meddling with you for you to come across one.
Savaler pats Junpo's back. Well,
And even then, what type of fuel would it use? Because we have a microfusion cell that we put in shine fields so that they can keep up and actually produce the effects. But they don't use microfusion because there's a limit on how much they can. That particular fuel cell actually can
Put out.
produce. Yeah. I even hear they use crazy resources like meteorite crystals with some sort of esoteric cosmic energies and stuff. I even hear one of the most potent shine fields I've ever seen. This was from the Ancestors logs. They came across a Truth faction member, and they had a perfected shine field that used the Tao of Stillness. What type of fuel is that? The fuel of stillness? But I don't understand it. But apparently they figured it out.
That's fascinating and terrifying. Uh, the Well, to better enhance a shine field, I really don't know at this point. I would just say the best guarantee of proc that you can that I could ever ask for, really. And you've given me that with these, and I'll show the bandolier, and the just one tap always activates.
Sort of cheap, affordable option for all sorts of applications of interest.
I appreciate you, good man.
Yeah, those are my attempts at trying to work towards a facet of perfected shine fields. Because this always procs. Downside, the circuitry always burns out, the fuel cell always gives out, and it barely protects you from anything, really. But it always activates. I got that down. Try not to have it always on, because it'll trigger on anything. The sensitivity is dialed so high, if somebody moves a little too quickly near you, it'll trigger.
Isn't this a there's also the ability to control when it goes off, like I press it and it goes?
Yeah, there's a button that you can do it in manual mode, where it never triggers unless you hit the button. And you can hold it in your hand like a little remote control, and you just have your finger on the button. You can even set it to dead man switch mode, so that if you let go of the held button, it triggers. But
make sure that make sure your hand is strong.
Yeah, we'll do that. Because some individuals are like, well, there's a high probability I'm going to be knocked around or jostled, and I won't have time to push the button. So just push it ahead of time. You only have to let go. But that's what I got for you. Unless you got something else you want.
Nope, I think this will do. Thank you, Savalaire. Thank you, Armor. Jumpo's going to go back to his holy geometric room. Casey, anything that you're wanting to get done? I'm not sure how much time that took. If that was one DTS or not.
That's one DTA.
Oh dear.
I
Alrighty.
don't know.
So you've got 4 left for your DTS, I think,
Uh,
because you spent 1 to
4 or
test
5.
your shine
Yeah.
field.
So 4 left. Well, Chunpo will walk over to Duality. Duality, can I transfer to the moon with you here like this, or is that possible or no?
Hmm?
This is just a shadow. Jumpo.
Okay. Yeah, so that wouldn't be possible to talk to Duality at this time.
No,
You have
just go to the
Glory.
moon. Yeah.
Well, does my comm station let you talk to her? Because she's part of the. I guess she doesn't have a CCC. Because we can talk to each other at any point.
Yeah.
Yeah, which one, kid?
Could I just train on the mystical side of gravatics for a little bit before the next day?
You in a hurry for something?
No, not really. Just I have not started it at all, and I feel like I should.
Seems sus. Is that what the kids say these days?
Sus. You sussy boy.
How is it? I'm not sure how it's sus.
No, I'm sure we can do it.
Okay. Chunpo spends so much time just not in the area where everyone is. uh, so that to learn mystical celestial gravatics, is that just a celestial gravatics roll? And
Yeah, we can start with celestial gravatics. That'd be fine.
okay.
What a novelty.
How? Hang on a second, because I do have a thing for. Is celestial gravatics mystical considered a forbidden lore? Celestial gravatics is under forbidden.
You can still roll it here. It doesn't necessarily have to be. You're
I
trying
get.
to use mystical gravatics to learn gravity qigong, right?
I guess. I remember it being described as martial is more of a martial arts stance, and then mystical is more of a magical, using that power in a magical aspect.
Yeah, more magical. Yeah.
Okay, but that would also teach me qigong.
Yeah, you'd basically be doing that.
Okay, interesting. Alrighty, so I could learn solar ki then at some point if I chose to learn, because I have solar qigong.
Mhm.
Solar ki could be a thing.
Solar key could be a thing.
Okay.
It very much colors the expression of how your key works.
Mhm.
You already have 2,
Yeah.
and you have to seesaw between them.
Gotcha. Interesting just to think of it all, but gotcha.
Isn't
Yeah.
it just?
Just looking at my different things that I can actually do, or what I have the things that have listed out of just like this could be learned, and now I'm just like, okay, I see how this is becoming a lot. Okay. do kind of want to get Gravatics Qigong, but
You'd like.
I feel that it would help with my descriptions on what I actually want, because I feel like I blend, whenever I describe Gravatics, it's a blend of the two and should be costing Qigong and Ki whenever I'm using it. But
For the effects you're wanting to express, absolutely. Where you
Okay.
just can apply, gravity in an area when you do
yeah,
some shenaniganry. It would kind of exclude you from using the heavenly resource if you went Ki Qigong, but that doesn't mean you can't change your mind later.
and what does heavenly resource look like?
Don't know yet.
Okay. If I can change it, then I will just go ahead and do it now, because I feel like that's a good idea. And yeah, I have a long way to train on this, but I wanted to ask if Student of the Forbidden, where'd you go? Okay. +3 progress to studying Forbidden Lore, +30 to Forbidden Lore rolls. If this is considered a forbidden thing, do I get +3 progress to learning mystical and qigong?
Yes and no. Let's say yes for this case. It's not particularly forbidden. It's just really, really hard to come by.
Okay.
Um,
And then star pupil will be, I'm being trained by the master and +2 progress, so that would be +50 +5. What does duality grant as a master in teaching this?
the usual +5 +50.
So I get +100 +10.
Seems so, yeah.
Okay. So
Forget about your
I have
base.
4 DTA, or 4 DTA left for this DTS. So here's the first one. Plus 10, and then I got 1. That was a really good roll too, damn.
Oof.
Oh, I had that. Or okay, hang on a second. Where are you? Go to it there. Trainings. Copy. This is what I was going off of. I thought I was at 100, but if it's 500, I'll change it. But
But that's earthly.
yeah, no, I already
You're trying
have
to learn.
earthly mystical.
Yeah, you're trying to learn mystical. I give you a different one for mystical.
Okay, but it's 500.
That's improving your earthly gravatics martial arts. This is you picking up gravity qigong.
Okay. Alrighty.
Is that
Never
not
mind.
what you wanted?
I thought it was a different thing. I didn't realize. I thought getting gravatics martial arts mystical would give me gravatics qigong or gravity qigong.
The gravity martial arts is just the expression of ki training.
Hmm.
There's many different forms of that expression. Because you're wanting
Okay.
a different resource to get that more mystical, magical application of gravity.
Mhm.
Whereas the martial art version that uses ki is a more mathematical, technical self application.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of the qigong then, if that will allow me to have the abilities that I have been describing.
Yeah, Qigong would allow you to apply more
Okay.
sorcerously magical applications.
Gotcha. So ignoring that, is that 11 degree 11 progress on the training from the plus
sure.
10.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
10
11.
plus 1.
So, and then /R, there's 3 D100 left over from that one. Target 207. So, okay, well, less than 207. Two very, very low numbers that I'm just like, I wish I could make that into one of the, a 1 for our convergence, but.
So, FYI, let's reiterate. If you want to use a convergence, you can use it on any roll. If you use it on a 1, you get the effect of the 1, and then if the convergence is then tripled in that case. So you can always turn that 3 into a 1 with a convergence if you wanted to, or you can wait for a 1 and get more bang for buck.
Gotcha.
Because that's a triple 1. Otherwise, it's just a double 1.
Okay. So then 3 additionals at 11, so that would turn that to a total of 44. Okay. And then that's all that I have left for that DTS. So now we are on day 3 of a week.
You finished. That was your last DTS for the first
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
first day. So we're on day 2.
No, that would have been 2 days because it took for me to create one for the field and the shirt. That would have been 2 days. Here.
Oh, got it.
This would
So
have been
then
the end of the
both
second
Laura
day.
and I are behind.
I used one of my downtime actions with him for that day, from the second
Yep.
day. Yeah.
Okay.
We just haven't done anything for the second day yet. Okay, cool.
I apologize.
Oh, no problem. I was just unclear as the chronology to what? So we got a day to catch up with Chunpo.
Mm-hmm. I'm kicking myself in the ass because I'm trying to figure out what happened to my progress, but because I didn't write it down, it's somewhere in my notes. I've been trying to figure out where it is, but I'm just going to finish it off and then call it my mistake. So I'm going to finish off my my 33 to 50 and my 24 to 50. That's the plan for me, at least.
I need to figure out what I'm doing.
You could go find some people. I did some attempts and it was not successful on that one, but I'll probably go again as well. Try and find some people.
Well, the previous party said that we were too big already for them to
Yeah,
want
but
to join.
that's them, right? There's other people that are, but we do need to find some more people.
Yep.
And I'll trust Pilot's judgment on saying, like, yeah, we should probably get some more.
Well, cool. Then I will go talk to people.
I'll come with you.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Right in front of us, yeah.
Hello there. Looks like you're on Bullet Hell Mountain.
Good observation, Lyra.
I always make the best observations.
I know. You do them greatly.
They all kind of look at each other, and they all say one different thing at the same time. All the mechanical-looking ones. One's like, "We have a Captain Obvious." The other one's like, "You can observe D's nuts," and the other one's like, "That's not very nice." Hi.
Got him.
Yes, we are in fact on a Wilhelm Mountain, and they all say this all at the same time.
We're looking for additional party members and an expedition to the top.
Sure. Sign us up.
Oh. We haven't discussed the terms of the engagement.
Well, I mean, they're open to the idea, Lyron. So that's the first step.
Of course. Well, currently, we have a bit of a larger party, but we were looking to get a few extra bodies to help guarantee our success. Which, if we split all of the bullets and casings evenly, it makes for a bit smaller portions, but if we can get further, then it ends up evening out if we all work together to guarantee profits. What sort of cut were you looking for?
50%.
50% of the total? I don't think anybody else would go for that.
Well,
Or
we're
actually,
not
wait, is this
part
group?
of your group. We would be going side by side with you, and if we clear an area, we collect it all. We cut it in half. You get to divide among your group. We get to divide among our group. None of this.
That's
your
actually
group
kind of
has more
close to
people.
50-50 anyway.
Think of it this way: you have more people in your group, like you said, so your portions would all be much larger. In fact, your collective group would get a majority share of the resources because you have more members.
That is
That
very
doesn't work
true.
with us. That doesn't work with us. So whatever is found, cut it in half, split it between the groups, then you can divvy it out by your team's specific pre-negotiated terms. We don't have an equal split with us. Big guy here gets 50%. Then we divide what's the rest between us three, and then Nature Girl over here, her whole deal is she's looking for a rare resource. So if we find it, she gets 100% of the rare resource that she's here for. Everything else goes to us, 50% goes to him, we get the other 50% divided among the three of us. So you see how we have pre-negotiated terms on our side, you have pre-negotiated terms on your side. Your terms don't work for us, our terms don't work for you. So
Sure enough.
even split. Also, we're no pushovers, so if you're looking for more bodies, we'll definitely draw a lot of fire. So we expect half. And we're talking from everything. And if there's one-ofs of things, then we can negotiate. But, we'll see.
What do you think,
So-
La?
Well, the first thing I'm thinking of is that yes, your group is wonderful, and I do want you to be on our team, but we might find another grouping. In that case, it would be a 1/3 for each of us instead
Nope.
of 50-50.
We get 50. You guys can then divide among yourselves with your other pre-negotiations. We're not doing a third. No, doesn't work for us.
Well, if
You
there are
could
no
hire
pushovers,
Yeah, you could hire deadbeats. People who are just there to take bullets to the face. And they somehow miraculously live and they get a third? You kidding? No. Also, too many people causes too many problems. So choose wisely. If your group's already large, our group's not small either. So if you're going to add more, we're going to just say, why don't you go on ahead, eat all the bullets to face, we'll follow up behind you, and we'll pick your corpses clean and whatever's left.
We have 7 members, and you have 5.
Right. That's already a
Yeah, no, I'm
really
just
nasty
saying
split.
that. Yeah, no, I'm just saying out loud.
You want to add more people?
The next area is going to be difficult, and if we do not have a well-established group
Have you
to
scouted
take
the
it
next
on,
area?
I have not. No.
Yeah. If you haven't scouted the next area, how can you? I mean, your assessment would be correct. The next area would be difficult, but that's like saying I'm going to a restaurant. The food to come is going to be good.
The thing is, do you have are you fated? Do you have the fate element at all?
I mean, they sometimes do that, but it's more of a instinct.
No, I'm
thing.
asking your grouping.
That's kind of sus to ask.
That's more of a.
Let's just say yes.
Okay, you do. Excellent. Well, we also have someone of that nature that is giving us information.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going off that, I wouldn't call it hunch. It's a thing that's going to happen, as it is fated.
Well, then we're kind of at an impasse here, because you say the next area is dangerous, but not danger in what form, shape, permutation, whatever.
Of course.
So, yeah, it's dangerous ahead. It was probably dangerous getting here. If you
Oh,
were
it
the one
definitely
with-
was dangerous getting here, of course.
Yeah, so for us, it was dangerous to our financial, wallets, because
I know, it's taking a martial coin to get here? Oh, man. But at least we got up.
The lift up, all the supplies we bought. It's dangerous
of
on our
course.
knees because the supplies are heavy.
Oh, I know,
it was
right?
dangerous.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
In fact, the steepness going up seems to be a little bit higher, so the danger to our collective, bodies to carry all this heavy stuff up the mountain it is much more dangerous than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna get more tired more quickly. Oh man, that's dangerous. Might have to take more breaks. So, thanks for letting us know about that danger.
You're welcome. So, Lyron, maybe we could do split from the bullets. We give them more bullets.
Exchange rate has dropped badly.
Ah,
I wonder
fair
why.
enough.
Anyway,
We're here for Ternium and Obduranium.
Understand.
That's what the big guy's here for mostly, but
I don't know if your group is really a good fit for ours.
our primary goal though is to hit the armory one way or another.
That's ours as well.
At the end of the day, that's what we're looking for on the journey up, but the primary goal is to get to that armory. It's always been.
Well,
Anyone who's not coming for the armory is foolish.
what about this, Lyron? 50-50 split currently, with getting to the armory from our current path. No extra opportunities within the line. Just getting to the armory itself.
So anything extra they wouldn't be included in if they didn't come?
Correct.
Well, you guys wouldn't be dictating terms on what we wouldn't be getting. If we're going to go together, we're going in separate teams, working in tandem. If there is loot, it's 50.
If you don't go to the side opportunities and just keep trudging ahead.
If you do go to the side opportunities, that is something that we're not including in this. We're getting to the end, is what I'm trying to tell you. To the armory, not to the side opportunities. And then,
but if you join us on the side opportunities,
going to do the side opportunities, or are you just blitzing to the top?
We will be going. Yes, of course, the side opportunities.
All right. We only care about one, and that's for Flower Girl here, Nature Girl.
Yes.
But we don't have to stray too far off the path. We got to get to the second base camp first before we can even entertain the notion of getting what Nature Girl here wants.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So, straight shot to the second base camp. How about we do this? Why don't we negotiate a temporary contract between groups on just working towards the second base camp, and we can renegotiate when we arrive.
That sounds lovely to me. What about you, Lyron?
That sounds acceptable. So the 50-50 split, then?
In all things. If there's
Yes.
one-ups, we can then haggle and negotiate, but at the end of the day, it's got to be 50-50. And if you bring in more groups, you can split your 50% with them.
Now, nature magic girl over there, does she have a name?
Yeah, I'll kind of look over. Well, introduce yourself. Hi.
Hello there. You can call me Lawrence. You are looking for an opportunity, I understand. And that
I'm looking for a plant.
Oh yes, of course, of course. And if we find that plant along the way, I would make sure that you are included to get that, and not included in the 50-50 split, as I don't want to split the plant in half for you.
You won't. And if you want one for yourself, there should be more than one.
Oh, excellent. Well, there's nothing I need to worry about that.
Yeah. Although, these folks won't want to get close to it. They would lose what they've worked so hard for.
I understand. Well, so now that we've come to more terms, I've introduced myself. And so what about the rest of you lot?
Oh, that's right. You told me to introduce myself. I'm called Cornucopia of Verdancy.
Ah, wonderful. Lovely name.
Yeah. Armormonger.
Well, that's Armormonger.
We're Vector 1, 2, and 3.
Are you guys a squad, or more of intimate than that?
Well, that in and of itself, the ask is kind of intimate, and I think we will keep that to ourselves.
Oh, well, lovely.
Since it's such an intimate question. Or could be. Who knows?
Well, if you ever feel like telling us, or me in particular, I'd love to hear it.
That's like asking a lady their age. Or weight.
Well, I suppose before we accept the agreement, we should probably ask the rest of our associates. Right, Lara?
Yes, now that we have something, we'll say set in stone, but we have a draft built up. Now we can discuss with our group and come back with you with the final say. We can discuss and say yes or no. All right.
I notice you're traveling with the Steel Clan.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure they stay out of my way. I will not be tolerating their nobility, arrogance, conceitedness. I may be a commoner. I may be clanless. But that doesn't mean I'm weak and will be trodden upon by their power or influence.
Well, I'll let you two, or 3, 4, figure it out.
All right.
Armormonger's got a little bit of beef with Goonies
Yes.
Clan.
I see.
Sounds like they started it.
Well, all limited resources.
All right.
What happens when one of your party members dies? Would you like it to be so your grouping still has the 50-50 split?
Yeah, it's going to be 50-50. Even if it's one guy left, that guy gets the entire 50.
Sure, of course.
But we'll not have to worry about that. Armormonger's pretty tough. We can reboot. And Nature Girl, well, all the 3 of the Vectors are like, we don't know about you. What will you do if you get shot? It'll hurt. I don't want to get shot. Getting shot hurts. You've heard it from her first. Getting shot hurts. So don't do it.
Did you know bullets kill people?
I
get
kill
3
people.
different responses from the Vectors again, like, oh my gosh, really? The other one's like, oh, fucking right. And the other one's like, yeah, that would be accurate.
Well, toodaloo. I suppose I'll go talk to Pilot. And Midnight's Eye.
Yeah. If there's any, I guess that's one option for us. We could probably find better terms because this isn't an accept anyway at the end of the deal. So,
Yep, and
We
it's
thought-
only to the second checkpoint right now, so.
Mhm.
I'll knock on one of the posts.
Yep.
Oh, hello. Found a potential party member, other group.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like some robots, a nature mage, and a dude who has too much armor.
Oh. Yeah. They're trouble.
They say they want a 50% cut.
Yeah, I figured. All right. Well, Midnight Sigh here is only here for two things. I finally got it out of them. They're here for the armory, obviously. But they're also here for Starfalls. Apparently, the magnetic stone here, the mountain, has a magnetic field strong enough to pull detritus from low or high orbit, and it crashes into the side of the mountain. If we come across Starfall, that's what they're here for. But not all of it. They want a very specific one. You guys will know it when when you see it because it'll match her color scheme. And then the armory. So they don't really care about the rest, although it does help with the financial burden of like going here because it wasn't cheap. Well, you guys are giving me some good stuff. I appreciate that. I'm here for the armory. Some obduranium would be great, so I can increase the hull durability. Although it does increase the weight by a lot. So if there's a lot that people don't want, that would be what I would go for. Bullets would be great, but again, I don't really want to use them for the minigun. So if we come across any more of these assault cannon rounds, that would be my primary. But I would also be using them to help.
Well, of course we'd give them to you. I think they still want the 50 split on that, though.
Oh,
They said of
that could be.
everything.
Well, shit. I'll talk to them.
Okay.
So if they end up they want them, well, I'm gonna be using them. So I guess if they want 50, then fine. Whatever.
They do seem quite formidable, though, just at a glance.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's see. Yeah. I'll take what I can get. I'm just wanting to get to the armory. That's all.
Of course, and we'll make sure you're well equipped to be able to make it there.
Appreciate it. Other than that, I'm not picky. Whatever I can get. If it's just bullets, then hey, whatever.
Sure enough, I'm not really sure what I'm looking for here, other than, I suppose, my master's approval. They told me I had to come up here.
Oh, you know what? That's like the hardest thing to find. A master's approval? Shit.
It's fine, I got a head pat recently.
Was that approval?
I think
Or
so.
just a head pat?
I've received a total of 7 head pats total from my master since I started with them. And it takes some doing.
I bet.
Either way, you ruminate on that. I just wanted to let you know that we were considering a deal with them.
Okay. Do be a bit careful about going forward. I hate to point it out, but your master, that's the one on the hover sled, right?
Why, yes, it is.
Looks very similar to some of the robots. Much more advanced, of course, by like unimaginable fathoms. But color scheme, the hair color, the design philosophy, there's similarities.
I suppose so. I mean, who knows? They might have come from the same planet, or a similar culture or something.
Well, you got to be careful then, because your master may proclaim that if they're from the same people, there's a lot of groups that are like, oh, this inheritance or legacy or whatever's up there belongs to me because I am of the same it's a whole thing. Bloodlines, lineages, races, anything that has like a commonality, everyone's always like, oh, it is tangentially related to my bloodline. Obviously, I'm the one who deserves most of the things of value because it belongs to our people.
I don't believe my master's so sentimental. But,
I suppose they're not.
they didn't ask for anything in the first artillery zone.
Except for you to perform to their specifications.
Well, of course. I think that's all they're here for.
Well, Midnight's Eye is here for a special resource. We'll know it when we see it. Other than that, armory for me, and then I'll get whatever I can get. Some more ammunition would help, but that's just so I can actually use the weapons you gave me. So,
Of course. Well, I suppose I'm gonna head over and see what the rest of our group thinks. So I guess Lara's conversation is gonna happen while I'm doing that.
Hey guys.
Conversation with Pilot.
Everyone, I've found some more people that are okay. They seem well equipped. The only thing I've noticed is that they have a thing against your clan. One of them is called Armor Monger. Have you heard of him before? Seem to have some beef.
and he's like, nah. We got a lot of people who try and mimic what we do.
Yes, of course. Well, I think it should be fine. The only thing is that they want a 50-50 split going up to checkpoint 2.
Ew.
Yes.
50-50.
Yeah.
I guess that's the professional ask. Gross.
Because they are not in the same grouping as us. Our group is 50, their group is 50, you know.
Reno's like, they should be honored to be able to go up the mountain with us. They should take what they get.
Well,
Offering
like
a
I
split would be,
like I
I
said,
suppose. Okay. Yeah, good.
they have some beef. At least one of them does. The others seem like a pair. I wouldn't really call it pairing, but a squad of grouping. And another one is nature magic.
A murder.
Three individuals, triplets. I'd almost call them like triplets.
Okay.
The other is a nature magic user, it seems, and they're only looking for a plant. So,
did you figure out what type of plant?
No, they said that other people might get hurt in the process, maybe. Wasn't too many specifics going on. Yeah.
The master kind of pauses. I know what plant they're after.
Ah.
They're after the metal-eating plant.
Ah, yes. They were metal-based, the triplets. So, gotcha.
It's very difficult to get close to.
Yeah, especially if you're made of metal.
Well, not only that, it's carnivorous. It doesn't particularly care because there's iron in blood.
Of course, yes.
So, even then, that would be... That would be very detrimental to our clan, because of a nature specialist, if they are powerful enough or bring it to their master, they could duplicate it, which would put our clan in jeopardy if that ever proliferated. Not sure I could approve.
It seemed like they were more using it for personal things instead of spreading it around, but you
don't know for certain, do you?
For sure. No, I don't. That's true.
Yeah. That's the danger.
Well, that is something we can look out for too. We haven't, made anything set in stone yet. It's just one grouping, and they seem capable. But you're right, something we need to look out for. Yeah. Well, looks over. Lyron's coming. How did your conversation with the other half go?
They seem to find it as an acceptable agreement.
It is only to checkpoint 2, after all.
Yep. And I don't think that's too big of an ask. Bit less money this time and a bit more safety. See what we're up against. Who knows? We might not need to gauge with them next checkpoint. If we're still confident in our abilities.
One thing of note, Lyron, is that the nature magic user, we've figured out what they want. It's a metal-eating plant.
Oh. That seems kind of dangerous for present company.
Yes.
So, that's after the second checkpoint, though.
Yeah,
I don't think we're still going to be with them at that time.
Yes. I don't know if they find it in between, but yeah. Well.
Is that their only reservation? With joining in the agreement?
I mean, the 50-50 split is another reservation, but I'm not too concerned with that.
I mean, anything that increases our odds of making it to the armory might be worth it.
Safety in numbers.
Do you know where Chun Po went?
Oh, he went to the Orrery.
Oh. Hey, Chun Po, we might have found some potential people to group up with us.
Oh.
Yeah, they want a 50-50 split, though, between their group and ours.
Ick. I mean, I don't really have the need for money, but just the principle of, hey, that's all of it. Damn. But what's your all's opinions on it? Because at the end of the day, the last group we had just died trying to keep up with us.
Well, we still
true.
have half that group.
Half. And to which I'm just like, if it's 50-50, maybe only half of them will survive, and the cut becomes a little bit nicer, but it's still 50-50.
Well, that's the thing. The cut doesn't change. The group, regardless of how many members, get 50%. However, it's only an agreement to the end of the next base camp. So if we decide that it's not beneficial after that point, we can part ways.
What do they bring to the table for us?
I was going to figure that out, but I did not do that yet. Seems like they have a good tank, good coordinators, and a nature magic user, which is quite deadly.
Oh. You should talk to the nature magic lady. Minute. I mean, I figured that'd be... I don't know if they can really provide us anything, and if they can't really provide us anything that we could really use, then I think that I'm not sure why we would bring them.
Well, the fact that willing to go into an agreement means that they might not be so sure of their abilities, which is another ding, I suppose. The armormonger, he seems like a guy that you could really stand behind, you know?
I do like that idea, but the whole 360, like I might be able to stand behind him, but if it's a wave of bullets, then I need to be able to deflect everything.
You could deflect most of it. You seem like you can take a hit or two.
I don't know about the wave of death. If it's another wave of death, I think I would just die.
Fair
Like
enough.
even
But-
with armor and regen and everything, I think it would still kill me.
You're currently working on something to help you with that, though, right?
I'm working on it. It's time to go back and do some more experimentation.
Ah. Well, I suppose we'll keep you updated on the agreement to see if they're actually worth
I might be gone
pairing
for
up with.
another couple of days.
Well, I don't know when they're planning on leaving, but if they decide to leave before you're ready with your preparations and Pilot is, then I guess we won't do the agreement.
Hmm.
We'll discuss it with you before we decide, though, if they haven't left.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Of course.
So is this to be at least the third day now?
No, it's still day 2.
Okay, so this is you
This is our
talking to
first-
Chun-Po at the end of day 2.
At the end of the first DTS of day 2. Because I didn't sleep, so I got a fatigue from that.
I also got out of fatigue.
I believe. Well, anyway. Go ahead and finish up then, because
Yeah.
I technically at Chun-Po arrives on the third DTS of day 2.
Yep. So I guess we're discussing this conversation technically hasn't happened yet, but will when you arrive.
Yes.
Well, I suppose I'm gonna go continue training, Lar, unless you have something specific that.
No,
were looking
just
to
let me
do.
know when you want to go find some more people. Feel like having
Sure.
options is always important.
We could go talk to General Grievous over there.
Where do you see this person? Point in that direction. I do not know what you mean. I cannot sense their presence.
Oh yes, of course.
Right on. Into the blackness, I see.
Into the blackness. Oh, follow me. I'll show you where he's at.
Right.
Go on over here. Hello there.
No,
No what?
I'm working.
Oh,
Oh, our apologies. Savalera will look to what he's working on.
He's a guard.
One of those.
He's
He's
looking
peering over the
excited.
barricade.
I was about to say he looks like he's looking down.
Well, it looks like your group has their style figured out.
Hmm?
Hello. We're looking for potential partners on the journey up Bullet Hell Mountain.
No, step on in.
We step on it.
Partners how?
Well, more people helps even the odds a bit of people getting up to the armory here in Bullet Hell Mountain. Work together
We're
with
not a
other
martial. We're not a martial force. We're a support force.
support. So, what brings you up here, I guess, and we'll see if our goals align in the first place.
Martial coin collection.
Oh, aren't we all?
so you're collecting bullets and casings to exchange, or?
If it's possible, yes.
I
We're here
Yes.
for
collection. But if the exchange rate's gone down, so it's not ideal. So we'll no longer be accepting bullets or casings unless it's in very large quantities. But you can hire our exclusive services for the rest of your stay on Bullet Hell Mountain.
And what are your services?
We're a collection crew. We also provide support, logistics, data strategy. We do not provide any military, martial, or combat force. We are completely and entirely support. But it's not just singular support. Each of us specialize in something a little bit different. I do tactics and strategy and command of the support team. Number 2 here does collection. If it drops, he collects it. If it looks like it's value, it's in his bag. So you don't have to worry about picking up casings. He'll do it for you.
Having a good eye is important. Figuring out the opportunities.
He also
that
has a
await.
good eye for things that are tucked away and hidden.
Yes.
Other options that lead to potential value to the customer or client. Number 3 here, he's a professional gopher, a shuttle. Number 3 will bring you a resource from a store that you don't want to carry, because he also is a stevedore.
Oh.
He will carry all heavy supplies and or any new acquisition of supplies so that you, the client, can freely move about your day. Anything on spatial rings we don't touch because that's personal property. But if you have a huge amount of equipment that you just want to haul, he's part of the hauling team. He can also deliver resources to you in the middle of combat. In case you need it in hand, or you need another battery, another ammunition clip, you need a reload, he'll do it. He also can go on your behalf if you authorize him to specific vendors and do trades while you're up on the mountain and run the resource back to you.
Fun.
Yeah. Number 4 here, he carries things. He carries a lot of things. He's also able to move very, very heavy things that are no longer dangerous, of course, into storage and move it for you up and down the mountain.
He's got the bagman, the courier.
Yeah, he also is medic. He'll
Nice.
help people who are down out of the line of fire if possible and pull them back and see if he can stabilize them.
I see.
Yeah. I strategize and can work with this team, and we make sure that the client has the optimal experience while on the mountain. We are not cheap, though, but we are exclusive. Once hired, we will not take a contract with anyone else until you are ready to leave. And if there is time, we will contract with another group exclusively once you are completely off the mountain. We are 500 martial coins to hire.
Oh, I see.
That's quite the tidy sum.
It is. But we don't take any portion of the wealth or value. It's just 500 martial coins flat, no matter what you find.
Now,
We do have some quarantine containers. So if you find something slightly dangerous or somewhat dangerous, we do have the means of storing them.
Understand.
Mm-hmm.
I also have the ability to assess value of things based off current market value.
Well, that'd be a useful thing to have, especially if we decide to pair up with another group so that we know that we're not getting scammed.
Group. I guarantee you, unless the individual kills it right on the spot and loots it, we'll get to it first.
Are you looking to get to the armory?
No. We're not here for the armory. We're here to rack and stack coin.
So, if you make it up with whatever group to the armory, though, would you use it?
No, that's not for us to do. If we got to the armory, we wouldn't give up getting there because there is potential wealth and value up there. But we personally, as a group of 4, wouldn't be using it.
What about past the armory?
We're not going to go past the armory. This is the knockoff point. Our employer, the one who is our major sponsor, who allows us to go out and do this with protections, assurances, and whatnot. We are contractually obligated to go no further than the armory. He says, and I quote, "Your survivability is in the negatives, and there is no way you can overcome that as a support team, no matter who you go with." So apparently we don't have the stuff to go past the armory, so we're not going to push it. That doesn't or may not apply to you, but what we provide will be not enough.
I see. Very well.
If you go past the armory, we can set up a collection point for you to pick up the things that we are holding on for you, or we can immediately supply and transfer them all to your spatial rings if you have room. But if you go past, we consider our contract complete. If you do come back down, if we're not contracted with another team, we will be reattached. But if we're contracted with another team, then unfortunately we will not be able to continue business.
Well, I like these guys, but the cost is
We're
steep.
expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite the cost, but seems like quite the agreement. And if we need to purchase supplies up there, seems like these guys are the safest way to do it.
Certain vendors are not going to make their way to checkpoint 2 or the second base camp. We would, if the path is cleared, shuttle up and down for you, supplies and whatnot.
So seems like a pretty good value, but I don't know if we need it.
Can I speak
Yes.
even though Chunpo isn't there?
Yeah, of course. You have your
Yes, you can.
speaking
You have your,
thing. Context might be a little off, but like because you're not hearing the conversation.
It's hard to say whether or not they are worth it because we got all of our stuff the first time. It depends on how large of a range they have, and also how often will they be out and about gathering loose loot?
So
could we say?
I think it's a good in the sense that they have a way to contain materials that we would have a hard time with. Secondly, the ability to find hidden materials.
Yeah, no, that is all just plus. I feel like it's a good investment.
The only thing is that we want martial coins, and the fact that it would cut into our profit from there. That's pretty much 25% we've gained so far. But it's 25%. It will get smaller depending on how far we go, right? So I like it. I feel like we could get a lot from it.
I'm willing to cut into my cut for it.
Because you want to be able to get more of those single-use things from the armorer?
Well, no, not that. Just
that's a good thought, though. Yeah, I never thought of that because the armor is going to stay here. If we want to get stuff from the armor, we can make that request.
Well, some people won't be able in the next area. So I might not be able, while we're here, I think it's a good idea, but the armorer might not be in zone 2.
Well, that's the reason why it would be good for hiring these people because they can go back to this checkpoint to purchase from them for us.
Oh, then hell yeah, that'd be great. That's amazing.
So this is nice too, because
Clearly.
we can ask about the other party members as well. And
No, they
the-
won't do any. They won't do any because you would be the clients, whoever
Yes.
directly hires them. If you ask them to do stuff for other people, that's a request from the client. But they cannot be out hired from under you, even at a higher price.
yeah. So what I'm saying, Matt, is that our grouping, not the other people we would add. Kunimitara, the grouping from the contract would hire these guys, and if we can split the cost, that would be ideal.
Yeah, there you go.
Instead of all putting it through our party member, we could do it that way, but I feel like we have some good backers in our party that we could, utilize with martial coins. So, I think I think it's a yes, honestly, just from the utility side of things. They're not going to be the tanks, but we don't need tanks.
Yeah, plenty of those.
Yeah.
A support team, it seems pretty great.
And it's especially, we're not going to have to worry about them stabbing us in the back because they're a contract.
Only here for the money up front.
Right.
I'm honestly a-okay with that thought. I'm just like, I'll take that. That's perfect.
Like, even if it's just being able to purchase supplies from previous checkpoints.
Mhm.
That's really good.
I'm down for these guys.
You can also shuttle wealth to Advocates of War and do the trade for you.
Yep. I was actually thinking going through our guy since Haven Lord is down there. Send the Haven Lord. He does all the selling of things and getting us money, and we can go from there. Okay, yeah. I'm down. We'll put the money up front, and then maybe we can recoup costs from the other guys. But we'll take the 500 from our bank and go from there. Agreed?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, subtracting from our group fund. Well, you can call me Lawrence. This is Lyron.
Hello. And then we have Chun Po. Actually, I suppose we have all the names on this contract here that you can see as our clients. Or do we just want it to be us three as the clients?
No, it's the full contract for clients.
Yes, we'd like to purchase your services for the members on this contract.
Once the money's in hand and we've got the contract signed, we're good to go.
All right, perfect. Savalaire will present the martial coins and sign it off.
All right, we'll be in your care.
Yeah, that's a question that they seem really. They seem like they can have a bit of survivability on their own. Are we protecting them? Because the way that they just said that, I'm just like, do these guys need protection?
No, they're fine.
Yeah, the benefactor said that they would be protected up till the armory, which is why they don't take the contract past it, because they can't survive up there.
As long as it's not like, oh well, there's a 30% chance that they actually live through something.
If they die, they die.
Fair enough.
If they're close enough for me to protect, I will do so.
If they all die, do we have to pay the coins still?
We pay up front. We have paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the benefactor just immediately got that money. Man, that's a ballsy fucking job. I hope they get paid well.
They just got paid a lot.
Yeah, but like,
unless the benefactor is getting paid a lot of this, in which case,
yeah, it's just like, what do they get? 3.
Yeah, they get 3 martial coins for the entire. That's still a good amount of money if you're not actually doing any combat or anything, but oh my goodness. Well, oh, ooh, slaughterhouse. We should go hire them.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh dear.
All right.
They're
Names.
like
What
right
should I
next
call
to
you?
it.
I don't want to call you 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's just not right. What's your names?
It's
What should I
1,
call
2,
you?
3, and 4.
Spells 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, how
Or
about
color.
Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta? That sound better?
Works for us. Whatever you
All
want.
right. Sounds good, guys.
Very well. What sort of correspondence do we need, or will you just be watching to see when we head out?
We have skills, specifically the ones of anticipation.
Hmm.
So if you need something, we usually can anticipate what you need as you need it or before you need it. Otherwise, here's a walkie-talkie.
Oh. I guess I'll hold on to that.
We should be heading out in 5 days now. And happy to work with you. All right.
First things first, we're going to mark some people for you. Yellow dots are vendors. You should look into those particular vendors, see what services they have.
Sure.
That if you establish a connection with them or some sort of business repute, you might want to look into them. Because Artificer, you've got Talisman, Scrolls, Charms, Nafuda. In the cave, you've got some sort of Mad Doc. They can put you back together, make you better, make some alterations, that type of thing. I heard they don't use anesthetic though, so.
Is that Jigsaw? That's not Jigsaw, is it?
No, it's Mad Doc.
Mad Dog. Gotcha.
There's a weapon salesman, and in there as well. And if you can get an audience, there is the Emperor of Progress in the cave. So as a note, if you guys don't already know, there are 2 types of titled cultivators that still walk the heavenly or mortal path. They fall into the saint or saintess category, and or the emperor or empress category. Because they are who they are, they do not have the full suppressionary effect of the zones, and they don't suffer from massive plausibility or causality issues. Meeting one is what is considered a fated opportunity if you're able to actually talk with one. It is not safe though. Some of them, just talking to you even casually or even in your benefit, could have unknown effects. So and if you're a crazy person, there is a nightmare vendor in the cave. They
A what now?
a nightmare vendor. They are not of this world. They are not of reality. They are of the inverse negative of reality. They sell like horror things that don't make sense, things that hurt to look at, things that cause scratchiness in the back of the mind, things that break the rules, things that ignore the rules, things that are new rules. Mostly crazy people interact with them. You'll know them when you get near them. They make you severely uncomfortable to be around.
Oh, like the group of people who just walked in.
Oh no, that's just slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse and nightmare fuel are different things. Got it.
Well, nightmare is a specific mechanical thing.
You
Yeah.
see,
So do be careful. If you approach slaughterhouse, you will immediately be given the opportunity to work alongside them. They don't do deals. They don't do negotiations. They will fight alongside you. However, which way that goes.
Sounds dangerous.
Very. But, I mean, yeah. The total opportunity is dangerous.
Sounds like it makes it more dangerous.
It's pretty up there, yeah. But their ability to really just bring ruin and wreckage to the impediments ahead of you, pretty up there. It's pretty good. They're a uncontrolled vector or factor, so they may want loot. They may not care for loot if the fight was good enough or if enough people died. They may just want looting rights for dead people. Who knows? Maybe they want to fight one of you. Think of it as a highly lethal combat asset that is pure chaos.
Well, I like the sound of that. Well,
They could
not
shoot
the
you
whole
in the back
chaos
at any
thing.
point, especially if you're a coward. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
If you're trying to do a stealth or scouting approach, don't bring them. They'll look at a problem and go, "We'll solve it on the fly," or die trying.
We tried scouting in the first area. That
You weren't stealthy enough.
didn't work out so well.
We have a more detailed blueprint and or map of what's to come. The next area is the river crossing. Let's just say the force is there in ambush protocol. You will be fired upon the moment you try and cross the river, but not up until the river. If you just tow the river, they'll do nothing. They'll wait. They're on a higher command protocol with much more patience and intelligence. There's also going to be new frames with new weaponry and new behavioral assets.
Okay.
So, after the river crossing, there's going to be a tunnel. The only tunnel forward. It is also going to be a choke point. If you want to get access to the armory, you need to get through the tunnel before it becomes blocked off by a specific force who wants to prevent further access up the path. So if you delay too long, you'll have to cut through cultivators who are trying to monopolize the choke point. Think of it as a hot gate. It's really easy to just fortify and hold.
Okay.
Past that is a much more dangerous ricochet field, like a significantly more dangerous ricochet field than what you've come across.
And well, I wouldn't call the ricochet field that most people just walked up very dangerous.
No, that was not a ricochet field.
Oh.
Because there's no bullets.
That is true.
There's nothing to ricochet, so it was just a stroll through a very nice rock garden.
How many of these Bullet Hell Mountain events have you done?
This is our third.
Your third. Well, they're still around.
There's been minor changes each time. Honestly, the danger has actually gone down. There used to be more bullets, more automata, more weaponry. Although something feels a little off about this one. There's been more mutated platforms than before. It used to be quantity was the quality, but now there's actual quality mixed in among the quantity. But the quantity's gone down a lot. The ammunition also has dropped significantly, the amount of drops. At least that's what's been recorded, because the usual 8 ammo caches hidden in the first ricochet field with the ambush automata and the mines, those were gone. They were nowhere to be seen. It's like they abandoned the farthest established attack point. They just kind of conceded that, and they withdraw to the bridge.
Hmm.
You remember the bridge?
Oh yes. Remember the bridge?
After the original ricochet field, there was the ambush on the bridge.
There wasn't a bridge.
There was. It was the first time you came across. Oh, because you blew it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there was a bridge, whether it was now or later. So, yeah. So just be careful. There's a lot of mutated variants around here. So they usually have much more powerful weapons, and they have high singular quality rather than quantity being their quality. So.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the heads up there.
Yep.
Well,
Any particular singular resource you guys are looking for, so we can really look out for it?
In particular, I think it's just bullets and casings right now. Yes, Lar?
There is a cosmic resource that one of our members is looking for.
Starfalls. Those are very
Yes.
rare. You're only going to find those on the backside of the mountain, and frankly, that's a really nasty trek. It's not past the armory; it's up and over it, because there's a sheer cliff on the backside of the mountain, like literally on the other side of us. That's where all the starfall hits. There's huge craters on the backside. At the foot of that side of the cliff is where most of the stuff would fall out and land. So there's probably an enormous treasure trove of cosmic resources, but it's too lethal to go to. It's in the dead heart of the 5th zone of the swamp.
So, also probably not really accessible from the mountain, given what we saw with people trying to climb up the initial cliff.
You would hit the ground faster than terminal velocity. If you fell from where the starfall normally impacts, you would be hitting the ground at the quarter of C.
Well, relatively speaking, that's not that fast.
C is in the speed of light.
Yeah,
A quarter the speed of light.
That's why I said relatively.
Relatively.
At least it's not half C.
If you go up past the star fields, it'll be half C.
Oh, there you go.
Starfall. That's basically the equivalent of 15 meters on the wall. It matters. How much you fall depends on how much you accelerate, because you don't stop accelerating. So it's like saying, have you ever done that penny problem where it's like, I can offer you $5 million or 5 million crystals now, or I can offer you 1 crystal doubled every day for 31 days?
And it just crushes you eventually.
Well, 5 is great and much better and is the choice you want to go with if it's 28 days. But those last 3 days is what the double gets you, like up to 10 million. So that extra 15 meters adds an extra doubling factor on the acceleration. So yeah, if you go up too high on the wall, even if it's just a few meters, you'll hit the ground even harder. So we do not have the equipment to go wall splunking on that side. It would require a martial ancestor or some sort of specialist. Or you can wait till nightfall, and if you have moon qigong, you can go try and harvest when the moon's out. But lunar qigong, actually, like the opposite of sun. because there are moon moths on that side, or usually moon moths. They make a pilgrimage up the back side of the mountains sometimes to have their young. So you're a yeah.
I think Midnight Sai might need to figure out that herself then. Either
Feel like
way, thanks for
I
the
can figure it out.
information.
Yeah, no, this is
I'm
important. I mean, that's what we're
thinking
paying
of-
you for.
Oh, of course. I think I'm going to talk to that other vendor that we haven't spoken with yet.
Treat them all with respect. You don't want to have any grudges because that can persist far after this opportunity. But I think you guys know that. So
Sure enough. Never know who you're going to meet further down the path.
yeah, a lot of these vendors, especially the ones in here, are from higher zones, and they make the pilgrimage to here because this opportunity outscales a lot of the stuff you can find in even Zone 2.
And it happens so often, too.
Yeah, you don't have to wait too long. It's only 10 years compared to some things that only happen once every like 1,000 or 10,000 or something stupid. That's yeah.
13 Unforgiven Ends gifted relentlessly. We've already met, right?
Yeah, you
That's the
saw him in the
boss,
night
isn't it?
market.
Oh, yeah, by the tree, right?
Yeah, he had 2 juniors
Hmm.
in addition to his disciples. So, what you'd call aspirants to want to become his disciple. But Slaughterhouse is like, sure, if you live.
Yeah, you can follow me. Do whatever you want.
Lyra, do you want to talk to Midnight Sai to see if they have Moon Qigong? Otherwise, I'll ask Duality to see if we can, if I can learn it or something.
Oh, yes, to help out with that? Sure,
Yes.
I'll talk to Midnight Sai. Go back in. Hey, we just learned a bit about where these starfalls occur. It's on the other side of the mountain, which is just a sheer cliff.
They give you a thumbs up.
Are you prepared for it?
Thumbs up.
Well, there you go. She gave me a thumbs up, Lar. I didn't ask if she had Moon Qigong, but she seems confident that she can deal with the cliff.
Yeah, you just get a serious thumbs up.
Yep. Yeah, I'll go talk to this vendor here. Hello. I was told that you're one of the vendors here in the second base camp.
Well, I have just arrived, and I was not expecting to do business so quickly. But I suppose I could.
Sure. What sort of goods are you peddling?
I am a man of convenience. If I can conveniently get it for your convenience, I will. I am merely called the Gentleman in Orange.
Could you get me an example of what somebody had got conveniently from you?
No, I never spill customers' or clients' orders or secrets or desires. For their convenience, of course. But for you, you look parched. Here's a chalky milk. As he pulls it out of his Victorian waist jacket.
Thanks? How much for...
It's for your convenience. It was a show of what I can produce.
Oh.
You asked for a showing. But that's your one.
Chalky moon juice.
It's not moon juice. It's just chalky. It's just chalky milk.
Chalky milk. I'll drink it.
Calcium and recovery. It's also has a little bit of sugar, and it has that beautiful, rich, chocolatey flavor that's really hard to come by. It's actually considered a delicacy on the path because chocolate is very hard to come by. Same with sugar, turns out.
So, you provide convenient things.
Conveniences.
Conveniences. Well, if I need something conveniently, I'll come to you. This milk turns out to be exactly what I needed right now, though. Are you going to be in the third base camp?
I do plan to make my way up, unlike other vendors, although I am a bit concerned about the difficulties on the way up, although with some heroic and brave and quite bold cultivators make their way up and make the trek to the next base camp quite easy. Well, I think I might make my way on up. There won't be much interest waiting around here, and I would like to see the new sights and, well, see the aftermath of all of your collectively hard-working efforts.
Oh, of course. Wasn't much hard work getting up to the first base camp, though.
Well, certainly not. It's really convenient, as it turned out, that there were some very go-get-'em attitude cultivators really trying to seize the day, carpe diem style, and made it really nice, breezy, a good stroll through a beautiful rock garden on the way up. How convenient, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Does this chalky milk provide anything other than refreshment?
It removes one fatigue.
Ah, man, one fatigue removed.
Not special fatigue, just normal ass fatigue.
Well, I've just not been sleeping for the last day, so
Yeah.
I had fatigue.
Oh, delicious.
Refreshing.
It is. It's cold. How did I make it cold? Convenience is why.
Huh. I like the cut of your jib.
Well, I worked really hard on that jib. Although I have to say the cut of it was definitely thanks to my mother. Her genes are spectacular.
Oh. Well. If I need any convenience, I'll come to you, for sure, for sure.
Hope
Hey,
you
Ma.
do. And I hope to make your day just a little bit more convenient.
But of course. So, La, was any of the vendors that you wanted to go meet up with? I think Johnny is AFK.
I think Johnny is dead.
Johnny has left the building.
Johnny has.
So that was one DTS probably
Building the
talking to
left.
everybody, right?
Hmm?
Was that one DTS talking to everybody there?
Not really. No, it's just one DTA. I'll probably say two, because you guys had more of a strategy meeting afterwards.
Yep. Signed contract.
Yeah, they seem to be very well informed about all the different things on the mountain.
Yep, sure do. Well, I guess I'll spend my remaining 4 DTAs training normal swing some more. And the
Bonk, bonk,
orrery.
bonk, 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 bonk,
Bonk, bonk, bonk, bonk,
Hey
bonk, bonk.
guys, look at me go! Bonk, 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 bonk.
That's 8D100. No ones. And then I'll roll those. No ones. Ones are automatically eaten. 100 I can choose at this point. Okay. Cool. 4 more successes. And then I guess I'll do my next one while Lara's gone. That's
Okay.
2 fatigue, and I will just do.
Oh, are you gonna go and back into the special room?
Yes.
Well,
I am.
he's.
Still in the special room, I believe.
Yeah, he's still in the special room, and then we'll be caught up with him after I do this DTS. And then he's going back in the special room.
Of course.
After the short blurb of things.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me the D8.
Okay.
Not
Just
you.
finishing up my last DTA. Or DTS.
D8 for the pull me.
Time dilation.
Time dilation, dude, over here.
Here we go. Come on.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
look at you go.
I'll take that.
Johnny! Oh my goodness!
I'm back. Just getting ready for our day trip. We're going up to the city, so I'm gonna be there for the weekend. So we figure out if Midnight Sai has Moon Qigong.
She gave me a thumbs up for being able to deal with the problem.
Okay.
And a thumbs
cool.
up when I asked, "Are you sure?"
I'm gonna finish up with some of my rolls. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the Ori, Matt.
Into the Ori. Away!
Duality. I have a mask.
Or
Could you
Nast.
teach me Moon Qigong?
I believe it's lunar. But yes.
Lunar or lunar? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Moon.
I figured you would be the perfect one to ask.
For what
Besides
purpose?
fate bonds themselves.
For what purpose?
Oh, there's going to be an area where the stars are going to fall on Boardhall Mountain, and since I love the moon so much, I figured it would be useful to utilize. But if it's not useful
Are
for
you a
my
moth?
path, am I a moth? No.
Damn. I could teach you the Moon Qigong, but the issue actually stems from having the right technique with the Moon Qigong.
Right.
Because you have to resist the pull of the mountain.
Right.
The moon moths there, I've been watching them.
Hmm.
They have a special feature that they use. It's not just the technique, it's also their bloodline that allows them to literally become moonlight, which then can ignore the gravatic pull because it's just energy, and then they make it up to the top.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I was thinking about going to the Star Exchange. Could we check that out?
The observational platform?
No, the Star Exchange. Buy things for the Ori.
Go ahead and pull up the HUD. It's not a physical place you're going to want to go yet.
Yeah. All right.
But there is the online Star Exchange, which is what you unlocked.
Mhm.
But going there,
Star Amazon.
let's not just yet. It's
That's fine. I just thought that's what
someone would like.
Go for it.
Someone would take fancy of you and your group.
Fair enough. Like, what are these newcomers doing here? Or they see my name and realize we have 100% access rate, and they'll be like, sus.
I want. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it'd be a whole ordeal. You'd be challenged, and then you couldn't not accept the challenge, and.
Well, we have a wonderful discount code for the Star Exchange up to tier 4.
It can be used on that.
Yeah, perfect. Let's check it out. I was thinking about getting some armor for the Ori.
Like armor plating? Or like physical armor for the crew?
No armor plating for the Ori itself.
Okay.
See what they have to offer. We already have a tier 2 shield, but we don't have a fair amount of armor, even though the armor right now is based off of individuals and their CCC. So, and I know the cost of making more armor plating, but I was thinking it would be fun to get some more pieces.
Sure.
Hull upgrade of some kind would be nice.
Ooh, that's expensive. Plating?
Hmm.
No. Hull upgrade? Ooh.
Yes, which is why I was thinking the 40% discount would be good usage.
Wouldn't it just?
Mhm.
We're pretty poor when it comes to Stardust, though, which kind of makes me a little nervous.
How much Stardust do you need?
How much is
For a
the
hull upgrade?
Mhm.
With wow. Well, let's first start with like a hull upgrade usually is for setting up a larger ship. Is that what we're trying to do?
Yes, we're trying to, improve the Ori, make it bigger.
How much bigger?
Well, we
Just
want to
one
go
ship
at least.
tier size.
Yeah, I
bigger?
think one ship tier size bigger is a good start. Something we can house more Stardust and resources with, because right now we're we're not capped yet, but we're getting up there. So
Yeah. Okay. Uh. Hmm. Just one upgrade. I think we could afford it.
okay.
Especially with the 40%, so we won't even go full broke. It would be possible, but doable.
Well, we wouldn't use Stardust for it, I assume. And I don't want to use the 40% on it yet. It can go up to a tier 4, so the more bang for buck if we use the 40% on the larger items, not?
Oh. Oh gosh, we would go broke trying to get something that large. Also, what would we do with a hull that big?
Well, the first thing, can I utilize some of our charged nebula in this sale?
Yeah, it's yours to use. I'm just rare resource, but because of that, it would get us quite a bit of cash.
Right.
On the trade.
tier 2 hull upgrade. What's our cost looking like here?
Start you if you did Stardust alone, be 2 million Stardust.
2 million Stardust. Oh wow.
Just at Stardust, and that would be for a basic tier 2 frame. Um,
Well, yeah, 40% on the tier 2. Yeah, no, that's fair. That would be a lot
Did you
easier
say-
to work with.
Did you say 2 million Stardust or 10 million Stardust?
Tier 2.
for
Yeah.
a tier 2.
And the fact that
with
we
no
can
other
only
additional features.
house 10k of Stardust with our current frame, I don't think we'll be able to get it up to that point. I suppose.
Yeah, that's if you pay with Stardust. We got fancy stuff.
We do have fancy stuff, exactly.
It comes down to what you guys are willing to give up. Because if you're gonna do, the Tribulation, Nebulum, Charge Nebulum, those are pretty valuable.
Yes,
how many you got?
We got 11 from Chung Po recently.
Oh, jeez. We could probably get one for 5.
Let's do it.
And if we wanted to spend more, we can get an upgraded one.
Yes, let's do that. Actually, let's spend 10 charge Nebula.
Okay, works for me.
All
What other features do you want?
Just for right now, my plan is to cover our the card with the Ori, and then putting myself into the card while the Ori is protected. Is protecting the card. So I have a way to deal with the onslaught of bullets that are coming our way.
Oh, you're gonna do a little shuffle and let the ship take the hit for you.
Yes, because a ship is, I'm sure, much more protected than, say, bullets, right? So I figured that it's a good usage. So
With the right plating.
Mhm.
But the hull will just reinforce the size, and it will increase the durability of the vessel.
Mhm.
But it's not going to block the shot.
That's fair. That's fair. I wasn't expecting it to block the shot. It was more just to take some damage.
Do you want to buy better plating instead of?
I suppose we could start with better plating. Yeah. No, let's do that then. Because right now, it's currently I had that written down. There it is. So it's 10 Stardust for 1 damage reduction, and it's 3 Stardust for 1 armor. Currently. So, we could spend 2,000 and get 200 damage reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could
Up until
spend...
the hull can't take it anymore.
That's fair, which is why having a hull upgrade first and then adding the armor in after sounds much better. So let's do that. Let's spend the 10 charge Nebula.
If we get the bigger hull plating, that exchange doesn't work anymore because we're a small ship.
Okay. Yeah. And then it's more after the fact.
We can stack all of that nice armor on because we're a small ship. Pretty cheap to armor us, but if we do...
Is it a magnitude larger than in that case? For cost?
Yeah, every time you go up in ship, it goes up a half a magnitude, so multiply it by 10 divided by 2.
Sure. And is that the case for, say, the bullets hitting us? Would that be the same damage reduction in that case as well, because we've gotten larger?
No. We're actually easier to hit. It's just we can rack on higher quality plating.
Right.
and more plating because we have a hull that can, well, have more.
Right.
We also can put bigger engines on the thing, which is really important because
Hmm.
that much mass on a smaller ship, technically in space, you can put as much armor as you want. But when the engines fire, we're not going anywhere.
Right. Because we're so heavy. Understandable. Yeah. Okay.
So why don't
So
we go to the tier 2 upgrade, and then we can do something like inertia dampener.
okay. Yeah. And you said with the extra tier 2 being 5, and then the extra 5 for improvements to that hull. What would that be then?
That's what the inertia dampener would be.
With the inertia dampener. And with the hull upgrade, that also includes a larger storage capacity for our resources,
A
correct?
lot, yeah.
Yeah, I figure as much. Excellent, yes.
And we can even use some of the upgrades for additional storage capacity. Even more so than the hull.
That's right. Well, why don't we spend an additional charge nebulum on that then? So 11 charge nebulum total. That's how much we got from Chun Po in his glorious tribulation. So I guess Chun Po is paying for it. Good on him.
Glad I can help.
Alrighty. So we do that. We make the purchase. New hull upgrade, dampening field. What's our value? So I'm going to put in 11 charge nebulum. Putting that in our log. Tier 2 hull with dampening fields plus extra storage. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I guess I should have used the large S. Thought that we were going to be here
Okay.
for less of the session.
Right. It's okay. It only would have been a quad 1. No big deal.
Yeah, I know. No big deal. Really not much loss there.
Okay. So how long will that take to install as we upgrade our ship?
A smidge. But with the singularity that you guys have, it could be faster.
Didn't we use our singularity?
Yes, the science station already took up the singularity.
Mm-hmm.
It
So
could
take half the time because you could dial up the dilation.
Oh, from Chungpo science station. We could do it from there. I see.
It'll take 3 months to get that done, though.
Okay. 3 months. I see.
So if we do anything on the ship while during that time will move slower in the real world?
No, it'll just take half the time for the replacement
for the
of
upgrade
the
to
hull.
go through. Yeah. Okay. 3 months. In the meantime, if I added more plating, to the current version. So I guess the question is, if we do this now, will I not be able to utilize the Ori over top of the card for protection?
Yeah, unfortunately, if you do a hull replacement, they got to rip out the whole old hull and put it in the new one.
Gotcha.
Which means the whole thing becomes disassembled.
Right. So what we could do is we could hold off on making the upgrade happen. Add the extra armor pieces to the current one. Well, it is what it is. So we've done that. It's going to take 3 months. Let's put in brackets. 3 months. It is what it is. No point for me to finish that. Then I can just work on that later. Your son, Duality. Once upon a time, you said I could use a Defiant Red Nebulum charge to utilize them as a teacher for a while. So I'd get a lot of time with them. I was wondering if they could teach me some solar Qigong techniques.
Yeah, you could. I think you might want to save that resource for something a little later.
Oh, fair.
Because thinking of it this way, you have a really large set of, or maybe you have the resources now. You might want a teacher that's a bit more expensive down the line.
I see. Right. I just figured your son was a good option.
It is, but you haven't really gone through even the basics of Solar Qigong.
Mhm.
Once you've gotten past the intermediate, learning advanced Qigong would be that's where that would be good.
I see.
Because he's one of the few rare people who can teach advanced Qigong techniques.
So you're saying get through the the basics first, and then go from there.
And the intermediate.
And the intermediate. Well,
He's very good at what he does. Frustratingly so.
in the interim, then, I am going to do a basic run.
All right, good luck.
It's 0 to 20.
Yep.
Which is 6, 12, 18. So it's going to take a day worth to do, plus extra. This will get me ahead of the group, I do believe, by a day.
For doing that, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think. Wait, by a whole day?
Yes, it's going to be 18 rolls plus 2.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, end of session anyway. So me and Junpo are currently caught up.
Mhm.
And you're a day and 2 rolls ahead.
Well, what about the...
Oh, wait, you still had most of a...
Yeah.
Because you... No, you're not a day ahead. You're... Because I had... So I did
2DS, TTS.
not quite because you were there for the first third of that DTS, and I did
Right,
4
right.
more rolls. So you are 2 actions under 2 DTS ahead of me. So you're
Okay.
at a DTS and 4 actions ahead of me.
Okay. Sounds good.
You can put it in chat too if you like.
Nah, we'll remember for 3
So
weeks because Lars not here next time.
4 DTS and a. So honestly, I'm going to be 16 downtime actions. That's what I'm going to be at then, right? 16
2,
downtime
12,
actions ahead.
4.
It's gonna be-
Yes.
yeah, right. So here's my. So I'm actually going to bet. This is a basic run, so I can only bet some basic stuff. But I'm going to be betting. I'm going to be betting. Nebulum. I'm going to bet a Nebulum on the basic run.
I had to grab a glass of water and I stepped away.
Can't believe you did that. Shame. Shame on you.
Hmm.
So many things happened while you're gone. We needed you. We were like desperately calling for you. We're like, no, we need him. And it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right. Trade.
Last thing
So-
that I remember was a DTS and 4 actions ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Gained
Okay.
20 Stardust and an additional Nebulum.
We're all caught up except now Lars skyrocketed ahead.
Gotcha.
By day. But that's okay.
Technically,
Okay.
I'm going back in, so
Yep.
I might skyrocket next. But yeah, so we're ending at 3.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're ending now.
Ending now. Yeah.
Alrighty. It was a good game, everybody.
Thanks for
Yeah,
session, Matt.
yes.
Thanks for session, guys.
Neat.
Cool. We'll see everybody, and I guess I'll see you in 2 weeks, William, and you in 3. Lar.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Feel free to go on without me.
So
I'll be
you're
fine.
busy the 13th as well?
Yes.
I'm not.
Okay.
Oh,
You two will play,
Johnny
I'm sure.
is.
Well, is
Well,
the
as well. What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, you said see you in 2 weeks, and I'm just okay. Yeah, no, that would be 2 weeks.
Yep,
Never
yep.
mind. I'm just counting wrong. Anyway, y'all have a good one.
You too. Bye for now.
Good purchases made all around.
Yeah. We got logistics team. Let's go.
That was the big one. I was hoping for you guys to get that one.
Oh, did you guys get it?
We did end up purchasing logistics team on our run through.
They seem
Seemed
quite
like a
helpful
good play.
already.
Yeah. Right. So,
They are worth every Marshall coin.
and honestly, I just looked at it as a percentage, being like, all right, we just got 25% of we got 2,000 Marshall coins, right? And 25%. That's not. It's a lot for now, but we're gonna get more as we go up, and then that's gonna.
Or we'll die and it won't matter.
It's just a base, and it's not getting more. So it just seemed like a good buy. And the
Yeah,
utility
they don't
aspect.
ask for a percentage or cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they only
With the
want
upfront cost. Woohoo.
Many times the players are like, ah, shit, I'm out of a resource, and they're like, hey, you want another battery for that backpack? Yes. Click. All right, it's installed. Your shine field should work again.
It's possible.
Because there's more bullets now. Yeah, no, they're very expensive. You guys were kind of hemming and hawing over it, and I was like, ooh, are they gonna do it?
All right, guys. Bye bye.